What's up, y'all? I'm just getting set here. 1 second. All right. Horrible day. Horrible, horrible game. This might legit be Carolina's worst game so far this season. Uh, just uh, downhill once again. We literally just lost to the team that's ranked dead last in points allowed per game. Let that sink in. We lost to an offense where the starting quarterback was Gardner Minshew. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Did everything just all of a sudden just fall apart? Because it feels that way. Oh my God, man. One pick six is bad enough. Well, actually, let me backtrack. An interception is bad enough. A pick six is really bad. Two pick sixes? Okay, that might as well just be the nail in the coffin. Just wow. Yeah. Back to being losers again. I mean, not to mention two pick sixes to the same player. To the same player. Ah, jeez. Hey, what's up, Jeff R? Welcome to the stream. Says ouch. Yeah, a big, big ouch. Ah. And you know what's really, really sad? This Colts offense didn't even put up 200 total yards. They didn't even put up 200 total yards of offense. And we lost. We beat them in time of possession, yet we lost. Did better on third down. Ugh. Jeff R says, starting to think Bryce is too short, Blitz. He can't see the field properly, especially deep. But I mean, that hasn't been that much of an issue before until now. I mean, I really don't think that's the main factor. I think it's a lot of things. Like well, first of all, he didn't get good protection today. I mean, especially being sacked 4 times. I mean, he did make some bad decisions by not leaving the pocket. But I mean, he didn't have good protection today. And not only that, that second pick six, he had a dude in his face. He had a dude in his face. So, I mean, Bryce needs help. Bryce needs help. All I'm saying is if his height was an issue, then he wouldn't even be in the NFL right now. I'm just saying. If anything, he needs help. And he made some wrong decisions today. He made some wrong decisions. For sure. That's not to say that he didn't make wrong decisions. He made plenty of them today. But the dude was flustered quite a bit. I mean, just so much fell apart in this game. So much. And I mean the one deep ball he had to Hurst was when he had time. Like Bryce just needs to have time. He can get the ball downfield, but he's got to have time. I mean, we saw it on the deep play. But he's got to have time. I think that's a big thing. And I would think it has to also keep him from being able to go deep, which is probably why we haven't seen that many deep balls from him this entire season. Know what I mean? He had to scramble a couple of times, made some decent runs. Not to mention, we also had the refs against us because there were a lot of bogus calls in this game. And of course, sure enough, Carolina finished with 10 penalties. At home, 10 penalties. 10 penalties at home. Just sad. Really, really sad. And the really crazy thing is we actually did a pretty good job of stopping the run. Offense, the Colts offense only had 78 total rushing yards. So, I mean, at least there's that. At least there's that. Jeff R says, I don't know, Blitz. The NFL schemes differently. He can't see downfield because of his height. NFL exposed that. College, he got away with it. That was why his weakness is the deep ball. But did, did, didn't we not see a deep ball this game when he had time? I just think he needs to have time, bro. I think that's the main thing. I just think he needs to have time. And we have an offensive line that hasn't been able to consistently do that. And that's why I throw that in there every time. I could understand if the entire time his decision making has been bad this entire season, but number one, he's been playing with not a fully healthy O line, and two, he's taken a lot of hits. The man has taken a lot of hits this season. I mean, including this game, the dude's been sacked 26 times. And I'm not even sure the total number of times he's been hit, but the dude doesn't consistently get time.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up, Corey? Welcome. Welcome to the stream.
Frustrating game, man. Frustrating game. Um, my initial thoughts on this is, you, you take away the pick sixes, you take away the 7 points that the refs pretty much gave the Colts. We would have had the lead at least two or three times in this game. You know, and it it doesn't help that we just sabotaged ourselves with stupid penalties that were legitimate. Half of these penalties were legitimate. The other half were the refs, the quote unquote best refing crew in the NFL, unquote. half
Um,
of these half of these calls were garbage.
yeah, there were.
Complete garbage. You could see it on the big screen.
Lock Poppy, welcome to the stream. He says, "What's up, Blitz? Tough game for our O line and Bryce today." Yeah, indeed. Jeff R says his interceptions didn't come because he didn't have time. They came because he didn't read the safety. Look back at the second pick six, Jeff R. He had a man in his face. He had a man in
That's a
his face on that
fact.
second pick six. Now the
Yep.
now the third interception, I don't know where he was trying to go to on that third interception, but that second pick six, he had a man dead in his face when he threw that ball. I'm just saying. He had a man dead in his face when he threw that second pick.
Yep.
That first one, yeah, that was on Bryce. And the third one, I don't know what the heck he was trying to do. So I'll give you two out of the three. I'll give you two out of the three. But
Yeah.
that second pick six, he had a man in his face, which was
Yeah.
why he had to rush it. That was why he had to rush that throw.
So, um, can we just talk about Calvin Throckmorton for a second, man?
Oh,
This
the guy,
dude,
the guy on the O line. Oh Lord.
this dude was trash. Okay, straight off of the practice squad type trash. We've got Cade Mays still healthy, sitting at second string, and we're not even using him. This is yet again another stupid decision by Frank with the depth chart. This is really starting to piss me off. Why? For what reason would you bring a guy straight off of the street? Practice squad, pretty much. Nobody's ever heard of this guy. We got him off waivers from the Saints in August, and he walks in and gives up so many pressures in this game. He looks like Taylor Moton and Nicky today. Can somebody tell me why this offensive line coach is not teaching these guys proper technique and proper footwork?
Mm. that's a
James Campen,
that's a good question.
you're supposed to be the best offensive line guru in the league. Why are you not teaching these guys any technique? You just expect these guys to learn this stuff on their own and be able to do this on their own at this stage?
And let's also keep it real. Gardner Minshew had way too much time today.
The bull rush was just not there. It
Only
was
one sack.
non-existent.
Only one sack.
Non-existent. And directing your attention back to the offensive line, we had Ricky Lee and Nash Jensen hurt.
Yeah.
That is basically all of our depth on the offensive line that we have. Why are we not signing Andrew Norwell, Pro Bowl Andrew Norwell?
Still a free agent.
So we're gonna go 10 weeks now, 10 weeks now into the NFL with this level of garbage on our offensive line, and we're not even gonna sign him? Not even a courtesy call to see how he's doing, just to say hello? Why? For what reason? When you see all of these injuries on the offensive line, and both of these guys aren't even legitimate backups, even they're basically practice squad guys. Ricky Lee and Nash Jensen. I've watched them during training camp for 2 years now. Nash Jensen, at least. Ricky Lee, this is the first time I've seen him this year. But this is our depth. This is literally all of our depth. If we got the money to sign Miles Sanders for that type of money, why have we not built up the offensive line? Why have we not gotten
Yeah, it's a good
proper
point.
defensive depth on the offensive line? And furthermore, why is our cornerback room still looking like it is? Why? Now I will grant you, Mr. Boodle did a great job today.
Yeah, he did
He was
all right.
laying
He
down,
did all right.
yeah, he was laying down some hits. He had two solo tackles. You're looking at a 5'10", 180-pound guy from Nebraska, big boy. 1 year in the league, lays down the law, man. He's a former Chief, Kansas City Chief. That's how they teach him to tackle in Kansas City. Is these guys just lay down the wood, man. He's coming off a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
So, you know, that should boost everybody up in the cornerback room.
Um, Lock Poppy says you could feel the loss of Justin Houston today. Yeah. Well, I guess. I guess. Um,
Bro, nah, Luck. I love you, bro. I love you, bro, but no.
I think I
Justin
think I
has
think I
not
see
done
what he was
anything this year.
trying to do there. I think I see what he was
What?
trying to do.
Oh,
Um,
he's trying to troll. I got you. I got you.
Jeff R says, screens you normally have people in your face. That's part of the play designed to bring them deep behind
Was that a
the
screen
line.
though?
Bryce can't place the ball properly because he can't throw over the defenders. That is true.
What
Usually with screens, that is the case. I mean, it's not a good look, but yeah, that's
was
usually the
that a
case.
screen though?
I think because it was trying to go to Miles Sanders, if I remember. So yeah, that might have
Yeah,
been a screen. But my whole thing is that what
arguable.
he didn't have a single batted ball last week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
Yeah.
I mean,
The reason why you have a batted ball is because guess who? Throckmorton failed to engage the defender's hands. And this is why you had a block pass because the defender was able to get his arm up there and just do whatever he wanted with it.
I just
Do the
don't
whole
think he consistently has.
YMCA.
I just don't think he
You got to think,
consistently has protection this season. Like that, I think that's a big part of it. He just does not get
yeah,
consistent protection.
yeah.
I
If
mean,
these if these defensive linemen have the time to wave their arms like they're doing a YMCA dance, they've got way too much time to bat a ball down. You
now
got to engage the hands.
Now, I will say this: Bryce does hold on to
That's
the
the
ball
teaching
way
tool.
too long. I will say that Bryce does hold on to the ball way too long, and he's got to do better at knowing when to escape the pocket. Now, he did a little bit of that today. He did a little bit of that, but he's got to do that more. He's got to do
Mm-hmm.
that more.
Mm-hmm. He recognized there was nobody on him on a couple of these scenarios, and he just ran straight through the middle. Guess who opened up those holes? Bozeman and Corbett, both Super Bowl offensive linemen.
Uh, Lock Poppy says true, true. Bryce has to throw to the side of them and tries to sidearm it. Jeff R says I still like Bryce. We just have to find a way to get things turned around. Facts. John Harbaugh. Oh, John Harbaugh is in the stream. Welcome to the stream. He says, I'm
Okay.
genuinely wondering what aspect is Bryce Young good at. He sucks at everything. I won't say that he sucks at.
Whoa,
I won't say that he sucks at
whoa.
everything.
Here we go. All the Bryce haters coming out the closet.
My thing
Here we
is,
go.
where was this last week?
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
After all, we
Y'all were
finally got a.
silent as a graveyard last
After
week.
all, we finally got a win last week, and we didn't hear jack about that. Like,
Exactly.
what's the
Y'all were
deal?
silent as a graveyard up until this game. Silent as a graveyard.
Hey, it's part of the growing pains. It's part of the growing pains.
Here they come, bro. Blitz. Here they come. I had like 2 or 3 of them in my chat too today. And one of them was trying to be like, oh, well, you're not assigning any blame to Bryce. Yes, I was. Y'all need to stop putting words in my mouth, bro. For real. I'm tired of
John
this.
John Harbaugh, if he lacked any elite traits or any whatsoever, then he wouldn't be here.
Facts.
And we
What
won,
do you
but
think he did in Alabama
but
to
we
get
scored
here, man?
15 points, dude. A win is a win. Like,
Facts. Thank
we're not
you.
gonna start this. We're not gonna start this.
We're not doing this today.
Like, we're not gonna
No,
start
we're
this.
not. No.
Nah. Like, if you wanna go all in on this game, that's fine. Do so. But nah, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Cause it equaled a freaking win. No, we're not gonna do that. I'm stopping that right now.
Me too.
We're not gonna do that. We're
Yep.
not gonna do that.
Yep.
Super Trebo, welcome to the stream. Says, I hate to say it, Jason, guys, but it's a depressing time to be a Panthers fan right now. It's a really dark place. All Panther podcasts are ripping into Bryce on the YouTube right now, letting him have it.
I
Yeah,
mean,
he definitely.
to be
He
fair,
struggled.
Bryce did have 3 picks today,
Yeah,
and all 3 of them were on him. And yes, 2 of those sacks were on him because he waited too long to throw that ball. But you can't just throw the whole game on Bryce and act like it's 100% his fault. There are a lot of moving parts that led to this loss as well, including the refs and their trash calls. So you
honestly,
know,
I think this whole season, just in general, not just our games, but I've
yeah,
seen in some other games where the refs have just been ugh. Yeah, I
this
think
was the worst one
I,
in my opinion because you look at some of these calls like that personal foul where they supposedly got us on a quarterback hit,
oh yeah,
like
oh
that was
yeah,
his shoulder, bro.
oh
Everybody
the
saw it on the big screen. The
yeah
entire
the
stadium
Xavier Woods
reacted
hit,
to it.
yeah, the Xavier Woods hit, yeah,
Like
that was
I don't understand.
ridiculous.
Xavier Woods does not do that, bro. Like he will hit with his shoulder. What have you ever seen Xavier Woods do a helmet to helmet hit? When? Somebody please tell me in chat
Not off the top of my head, that's
because
for
I have
sure.
yet to see it at all. This is the first time they're actually accusing him of doing that, and it's garbage. You know how big that screen is in Boa? They blew that up. They slowed it down for you. Okay? The people in Boa were reacting. Even Frank came off the sideline. And you know it takes a lot to get Frank off the sideline and say something.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point.
The entire year, he just stands there like a mannequin in a mall. And, you know, when that flag happened, he actually did take up for his player, and I am proud of him for that. I applaud him for that. Can we all just take a moment and applaud for him for that? Because that must have taken a lot. That must
Yeah,
have taken a
I
lot
give
for
him
him
that.
to do that.
But and then we got more injuries today, like more folks shaking up.
Today, Frank became the Grinch on Christmas.
CJ Henderson, Brian Burns,
His heart grew 3 sizes.
Chandler Wooten got shaken up, like just the injury bug. And that's another thing that we got to keep remembering, y'all. Like the injury bug has hit this team hard, like
It
all
has hit us
season,
like a hurricane.
like all season. Like
Yep.
it's really, but it's also showing our lack of
Ugh.
depth. It's really showing our lack of
Yep.
depth.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
more things piling on top of the other
Yep.
when we really look at it. And like I said, as much as Bryce struggled today, definitely struggled today, but We had no pass rush. Gardner Minshew had way too much time. Way too much time. All day he had way too much time.
The bull
Um,
rush just isn't there, man. And these guys need to go back to basics on the bull rush.
I
It's
will
not working.
I will give them credit. They kept the rush. They held the rushing game to 78 total yards. I mean, that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
That's really good.
That was the focus. See what happens when you actually hone in on the run game and you actually do what you're supposed to do, get off blocks and close up the gaps. Do you see? This is a teaching tool for this defense. We've been doing this all year long where we just give up like 6, 7 yards a pop because we fail to get the proper angles, we fail to get off our blocks, we fail to actually try to close up the gaps. Whoever's assigned to it just isn't getting the job done, and these guys just run circles around us and look like Pro Bowl running backs.
Let me ask y'all something. This for everybody. How did y'all feel about today's play calling?
I thought it was above average. We got a little bit of work to do, but it was
Honestly,
above average.
honestly, we don't do enough play action.
I agree with that.
I feel like we
I
really do
was
not do
calling
enough
that
play
out
action.
a few times during this game, and I said, in certain situations we should have play action because they weren't looking for it. You know,
Yeah.
those third and ones, those 2 second and ones, they're not looking for it. They're expecting a draw play up the middle, and that's when you can take advantage because everybody in the league just dog piles up the middle. That's just the typical NFL dogmatic response. But when you think about it, do the unexpected, and these teams will not know what to do. They'll be confused. They haven't seen it on tape before. Do the unexpected. And that's exactly why that worked with Hayden Hurst, downfield. Nobody was looking for him. Nobody was covering him. They thought, oh well, all we've seen on tape is Hayden Hurst is dropping balls and just running lazy routes. Wrong. Got him in out open space. Look at what happened. That's what I'm talking about. Do the unexpected. Do what they're not expecting you to do at all, and you will get results. But you got to read these gaps properly. You got to not try to throw it into triple coverage. You got to not try to force the ball into tight coverage windows, with corners that can deflect balls. You got to be smart. Use your brain.
Yeah.
Uh, as far as the play calling is concerned, what I loved was the last drive before the half, before the pick
Hmm.
happened, the pick six. Because we were moving down the field. We were using the sidelines properly, stopping the clock. We had 3 timeouts. We had everything under control. But that's exactly when we keep letting our guard down because we think, oh well, we got it under control. We're feeling good, man. We're moving the ball. We're doing this. We're doing that, and suddenly one mistake is all it can cost.
Oh yeah. That's how
One
momentum
mistake,
changes. That is how
and
momentum
everything changes.
changes. Yep.
And you, again, like the announcer said, you cannot be late on a fade. And I think Bryce learned from it because later on he threw one into the stands, off of a fade pass where, he figured he was going to be late on it. So he learned. He didn't try to force it again. And I'm proud of Bryce for that. Can we give Bryce his flowers for the times he's learning from things, please? Instead of constantly bashing him, like everybody else thinks that is necessary to do. The dude's got a brain, man. He's got a
Yeah.
brain. He's not stupid. Everybody thinks he's an idiot. Oh, he tried to force a pass on a fade pass. CBS will have you thinking that he's an idiot. That's what these people do. They're media influencers. They will always spin it against the Panthers every time that they get a chance to. Did you notice how much they were talking about Frank Wright?
Yeah.
That frustrated me. I was just sitting there like, really? Sorry about that. Um, I get phone calls all the time, guys.
Oh, oh, you good? You good?
Oh yeah. Um, but yeah, CBS will always try to influence you in the wrong direction, though. They'll try to say, "Oh well, the Panthers are they'll only say the negative things about this franchise and this team." And they had a ton to say today.
Well, my whole thing is I like to see I like to give my overall final assessment once the season's over. And the reason why I say that is because at any point in time somebody can bounce back.
That's
It's
true.
it's it's happened plenty of times.
That's true.
I mean, had a bad game.
Yeah.
There's tons out there that have had bad games. This was a
Yeah.
bad game for sure, but it's one thing, to go off on them once, everything is in the books and, you just did not live up to anything. That's one thing. But
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I'm all for seeing if folks can bounce back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Miles Sanders is a good example of that. Everybody's been hating on him all year long. I don't know what got into him in the fourth quarter, but whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah, we saw a little taste of that. I don't know if somebody on the team cussed him out or what, but he did a little something something today. He did a little something
Whoever
something.
pissed him off, man, and pissed in his cornflakes today, I want him to do it again.
Yeah, because he
Please,
he did a
please do.
little bit of something something today.
He started to show you why a little bit of why he was worth that money.
He definitely had
But
his
I need
best
more.
run today,
I
that's
need
for
a
sure.
lot more.
He definitely had his best run today, that's for sure.
And my thing is, Chuba was getting like 7, 8 yards a carry. So why not Miles? Why not run him up the middle? Why not try him? Let's see what happens. You know, Everybody's in zone coverage, nickel and diming us to death, in the fourth quarter because they know that they've got a 14-point lead on us.
Yeah,
Why not? Let's try it. Let's try the unexpected. This is exactly another point of what I was making.
but I think overall though, our depth is really really been exposed. Just
Yeah, it's trash.
on
It's
offense
trash.
and on defense. Just to keep it real. Because, like I said, I'm not going to single out one person. I'm not going to do
No,
that because it's not one
agreed.
person. If folks are thinking it's one person throughout this entire season, then y'all haven't been paying attention.
Facts.
But the injury bug definitely hasn't helped.
Yeah. The
Um,
referees are not helping.
I mean, the refs were really really bad this game, but I think the refs have been
Yeah.
bad all season, not just
Yeah.
for our games, but in general. But just lack of execution, like on both sides. I mean, defense can only do but so much, but when they're on the field too long, they eventually get eaten up. And
That
just
defense just showed you exactly how much they care
and
and
just
how much they want to win.
and just the
You know,
lack
they played through the final whistle. I'm proud of them.
but just the lack of a pass rush. We have no pass
Yeah.
rush. Like
Yeah.
no pass rush. Like I said, we did a pretty good job stopping the run, only
Mhm.
kept them to 78 total rushing yards, but we have no pass rush whatsoever.
None.
Like,
None.
I mean, just yeah. And then
Justin
now
Houston ain't it. YGM is not it.
and now we don't even know how Burns is going to be cuz he didn't finish the game. And then
Yeah.
what makes this even worse, we got a short week because we play the Bears this Thursday.
Oh my God.
We play the Bears this Thursday. We got a short week, ladies and gentlemen. And even though
If
the
we
and
lose to the
even though the
Bears, I'm
Bears
gonna
lost,
lose it.
and even though the Bears lost, like, yeah, I mean, because you got to remember, we lost to Garner Minshew, which, I
Oh
mean,
my God.
I
Garner
understand.
Minshew.
I understand the Colts defense did their thing, but it's a Colts defense that was ranked dead last in points allowed. So, that's got to really say something as far as, this offense. But on the other side of the ball, the fact that we only got one sack on Gardner Minshew says something about the pass rush.
Who's our defensive line coach again?
That's a good question actually. Um,
Because that defensive line coach should be teaching him how to bull rush properly.
Actually, let me
If
look.
you are not teaching this team how teaching these guys how to bull rush properly, I'm
Todd
looking.
Todd Wash. Todd Wash.
Yeah, Todd Wash. Todd, you better have a conversation with these boys, man, because
Like
that was not it.
like it's good to see them get, some batted balls. I mean,
Yeah,
Derek Brown, Shy Tuttle.
yeah,
But like they got to get to the quarterback more. I
yeah.
mean, like we have no pass rush. Like we used to have a pass rush. This team used to be known for having a pass rush. But
I'm gonna call out Jonathan Cooley too with the secondary and cornerbacks, man. Good job on some of these pass deflections though, but some of these guys just you know they give up too much space and they just allow these wide receivers to get extra yards on you. So you got to work on them. You got to work on them, boy,
um
ladies and gentlemen.
and I think what really also hurt was not being able to capitalize with a touchdown after getting the muffed punt.
Yep, 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 yep.
Yeah, that really hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That did.
Mm-hmm.
But and then the offsides on 4th and 1. They were punting and Leota with the offsides. I'm like,
Eku, man, straight off the practice
dude.
squad. Straight off the practice
Oh
squad.
my
This is what you
goodness.
get, man. This is what you get when you don't have depth.
And of course, drive
Been
continued.
trying to tell you all that.
Oh my goodness gracious.
If you don't build up the depth, you're gonna get more of this.
Goodness gracious. But uh, but once again, 10 penalties. 10 penalties of
Yeah,
81 total yards.
half of those were legit. The other half were not. I'll say that.
We won the time of possession battle, but with 3 turnovers, 3 picks. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't really expect to win games. I mean, a pick is bad enough, but a pick six is extremely bad. 2 pick sixes, yeah, that you
Yeah.
that's kind of difficult to bounce back from, especially
Yeah.
in a game or so.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's difficult to bounce back from.
I agree.
But like I said, our offense as a whole, I mean, they even said it today. The one touchdown we got in the third quarter, the first touchdown we've ever scored this season in the third quarter. That that says something.
Why did it take us this long?
Yeah, this week 9. This is week 9.
We're literally halfway through the season. Halfway through the season. Why
Like I
did it take this long?
like I said, it's not just one player.
Right. Frank's been trying to put training wheels on our mountain bike to start with, and then you got the refs not helping us out at all with terrible calls. You got wide receivers dropping balls. You've got injuries out the wazoo. And you got the coaches not teaching proper technique. And you did not build depth. That all equals out to a lack of production. All of it.
Uh, just man, I was super pumped when we had that deep ball to which by the way was a 48 yarder. That was a 48 yarder. To Hayden Hurst and then turn around and just the pick six afterwards. Just that was rough. That was
That was
really
triple
rough.
coverage that he threw that into. Triple coverage. I want to make that perfectly clear. One more time. Triple coverage. Why? I don't care that you're a rookie. I don't care that you've been fed a terrible playbook. Look at the coverage, please. There's no excuse for that one. Don't throw into triple coverage again, please. Ever
Yeah,
again. That shows me you are desperate and you're trying to force the ball where it should not have to go. Surely there has to be somebody else open. And as far as Thielen is concerned, they were giving him the Julio Jones treatment. They were doubling him up the entire game.
yeah. Thielen didn't get his first catch of the
Y'all
game until
wonder
the
why? It's
second
because
half, I
they
think.
gave him the Julio Jones treatment.
I, th-
They
I don't
doubled him up.
I don't think he got his first catch of the game until second half.
He
So
wasn't open. And that's not because he wasn't running the right routes. Like everybody would have you believe, oh, Adam Thielen is not running the right routes. Let's blame Thomas Brown. You know, I expect that from all the streamers out there this week. I fully expect that. But no, they were giving him the Julio Jones treatment. He
yeah,
can't do anything if he is the only wide receiver to get that many yards. And you're not spreading the ball around. And
mm.
then they're going to say, oh, well, we don't have weapons. Baloney.
I hate to say it, bro, but like, I think one thing with the play calling, I mean, it's going to be hard to get chunk plays. I think overall, it's going to be really hard to get chunk plays. Not only that,
You know,
a combination of with Bryce not really going downfield that much, plus lack of consistent protection.
I actually might have an answer to that. And his name is Martavius Bryant. Y'all are not going to want to hear this, but here we go with another outside of the box reaction and opinion that nobody's going to want to hear. But if you look up Martavius Bryant's numbers from college, this dude is a mammoth wide receiver. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him in the NFL, but whatever happened to him, he ended up in Canadian League, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why he ended up there, but yeah, he got in trouble for his marijuana use.
Well,
Let's
not
call it
only
for
well
let's
not
call it
only
what it
that, but
is.
but he also violated the terms for his conditional reinstatement.
Okay, let's call that what it is. That doesn't mean he still doesn't have talent, folks. You know, you can say whatever you want about him as a person, as far as all that stuff is concerned. Yeah, he's got stuff to work on, just like you and me. He's not perfect. Everybody's got their problems, okay? You know, but he's not a criminal. he hasn't done anything like some of those people that Dallas signs on a regular, you know, that are federal people, that get in trouble with the law all the time. No, the dude just got in trouble for some drug use. They put him back in the league. He just resurfaced this week. Matter of fact, first time I've heard his name in a while, it was today. But if you look at the talent that this man has, if you use him correctly, he's a mammoth wide receiver for you. And he can get those chunk plays that you're looking for. This is your solution right here.
Hmm.
We can't get T. Higgins. We can't get DeAndre Hopkins. They're too much. You have to trade an arm and a leg and maybe a, a hand or something to get them. It's just not worth it. But you got this guy right here for breadcrumbs, and he's still got that much talent. He hasn't retired yet, and he's fresh out of the Canadian League.
Yep, 31 years old.
Hmm.
Oh, actually, he's about to turn 32 in December. He's got a birthday
Do
coming
you
up.
have the Clemson stats in front of you for him?
Uh, Let me see if I can dig that up.
I want to say a couple more things here. This is why you want to get Clemson players because they will ball out for you. Okay? Take Mr. Williams today. Clutch player, big impact plays at the right time and in the right way.
Okay, I just found him. Um,
And I vouch for just about most of the Clemson players that went into the league during the last 5 years, except for Catanzaro. And guess who we signed? Catanzaro during that time period.
well,
Knowing full well that this dude was terrible coming out of Arizona. And I'm like, really? I literally told you I don't vouch for him. I vouched for every Clemson player out there right before we signed him, and I said, why? Don't do this. Don't do this to yourselves.
well,
Some of these guys don't translate well to the NFL.
his
Some of
final
them do.
his final season in college was 2013. 42 catches, 828 yards, 7 touchdowns.
And remember who was throwing those balls to him? Deshaun Watson.
Oh yeah,
Who
that was his
who was the
teammate.
other who was the other famous wide receiver that was on the other side?
Oh, that I don't know.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh. Oh
And
yeah, says.
together they put together a mammoth year
Oh, here it is. So
with CJ Spiller
he com-
and won the national championship.
he competed with Sammy Watkins, DeAndre Hopkins, and Jaron Brown.
Yep. Yep. And he still put up those numbers. Do y'all see why the Steelers hired this dude, man? Or drafted this
Yeah,
dude,
he was
sorry.
drafted. He was a fourth
Yeah.
rounder.
Do you see why the Steelers drafted this man? There's a reason. They knew that this dude could put up those types of numbers. They knew he would translate well to the NFL. Same with Houston with DeAndre Hopkins. They knew. I'm telling you, put the entire crew back together, you know, and watch them work with ETN at running back and a couple of good tight ends and a good line. Watch what happens. I'm telling you, it will be one of the best offenses you will see in the NFL because
Interesting.
these guys have mega talent. They've got chemistry, they've got charisma, they've got discipline, they've got confidence, and they're not afraid to show it. They are grown men. Grown men. And I've said this before. When you're dealing with Clemson players coming out of Dabo Swinney's camp into the NFL, Dabo doesn't just grow football players. He doesn't just groom football players for the NFL. He grooms grown men with good character. smart gentlemen. They earn their degrees. They don't just get their degrees; they earn them. Some of these guys go back for their degrees and they get them after
Mm-hmm.
they've been done.
This is true. This is definitely true. Now, I gotta play a little bit of devil's advocate, and I normally don't do this. Those that know me well, that have followed me for a long time, know that I normally don't do this, but I gotta throw this in there just to see how everybody feels about this, including you, Corey.
All right,
So
fire away.
the Vikings beat the Falcons today.
Yep.
Jaron Hall originally started, but was then hurt. And newly
Yep.
signed Josh Dobbs, who hadn't had a single practice with Minnesota, comes in
Mm-hmm.
and lights it up 20 of 30, 158 yards, 2 touchdowns.
I was watching that right before I started streaming. As a matter of fact,
So, I mean, is he just that talented? Is it just luck?
was it a fluke?
Was it a fluke?
Who knows?
Like, how do y'all feel about that? Because,
That's an interesting one for me. Dobbs has always been a journeyman for me that I've watched.
mm-hmm,
So it kind of surprised me to see him get some of these passes that he usually doesn't get. Maybe it was just the Falcons secondary just being lazy, and thinking, oh, well, yeah, y'all need 7 points, which they've done that before and they've coughed up a lot of games because they've been lazy in their secondary. So this is not a new thing. This is being Atlanta being Atlanta. Let's just call it what it is. And even despite that, we still can't beat them. Let that sink in.
oh, something I gotta point out. A very interesting stat when it comes to. Ooh, there's a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the at Westside Fetty on X/Twitter. This is kind of funny, but he kind of makes a point. He says, "All right, now keep this. Bryce Young has been sacked 14 times over 3 games. 14 and over 3 games, which the recent 3 games together, 14 sacks.
Yep.
His wide receivers are amongst the bottom 5 in separations yards. The offensive line has the second most, peep this, second most false starts in the NFL. They have a bottom 10 run offense and a bottom 10 defense and allowed points per game. Dot, 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 but Bryce.
Mm,
Y'all's thoughts on that? I literally just
yikes.
came across that.
Yikes.
Anybody in the chat, Corey? Thoughts on that?
I got nothing for you on that one.
I mean, it just goes to show it's a number of things. I mean,
Yeah, it's a variety of things.
Bryce is only one, but there's a ton. There's a ton wrong with this team.
Oh, yeah. Pick your poison with this team, really. Um, I I feel like we did a little bit better on tackling today. I'll say that.
Well,
I'm trying to find
especially
some positives.
especially when it came to start stopping the run as well.
Yeah,
you know that might that
and
might
my
be
question is,
that might
like,
be the
why did it
main
take so long for us to
yeah
get?
that might be the main thing that we did right today was stop the
Mm-hmm.
run. Ugh.
Oof.
And it just And the thing that really sucks, dude, is just
Yeah.
with this loss plus the extra injuries, and we have a short week
Mm-hmm.
because it's right back to it's back to Chicago because it's an away game. So yeah, this could be a really rough week for Carolina,
It could indeed.
especially after today's loss. I'm very curious to see how this injury report is going to look come Thursday.
I agree.
So, oh man,
Yeah, it's not pretty. Um, that injury list is getting as long as my grocery list every week. Oh goodness, I don't like that at all. I saw Chandler Wooten get hurt again. I saw Brian Burns get hurt again, and I'm like, oh my god, like, can we get any sort of a break? Even CJ got hurt. Come on,
yeah, C.J. Henderson, yeah, he got hurt.
like people are gonna say, oh, these guys are made out of glass, but nah, nah. Part of this is the turf. Part of it is just football related injuries that you can't really do much about. And some of it may be because of techniques and stuff we're doing that we should be changing up and and fixing, you know.
Yeah,
So not taking proper angles, not working our footwork properly, not working on, this or that, junky motions and stuff. And that's on the coaches to teach these guys how to do this stuff properly. And you can't just get up to the NFL level and say, "Oh, well, okay. These guys did these things. Let's let them do what they do." And just leave them to their own devices. You can't do that. You can't pull a Matt Rule when it comes to that. You got to teach these guys technique. You got to teach them footwork in the NFL. The NFL runs at a 20 times faster speed than college.
yeah,
It's like going from drag racing to the freaking NASCAR tracks in zero point 0.5 seconds when they get drafted up there. And you're just going, well, everybody's just lapping you, and making you look like shark bait up there at the NFL level. You
oof.
got to teach these guys so that they can keep up. You need an upgrade.
Oh man, um, who is here's an interesting tweet. Shout out to at Panthers analyst. Uh,
Mm.
says worst offensive line and weapons for their number one overall rookie quarterback. Most of the free agent class has been a bust.
Oh,
Draft class underwhelming so far. Brian Burns wasn't extended. What are we doing here, front office? Oof,
boy.
oof.
And these guys have a lot of questions to answer in the front offices, man. And a lot of it starts with Frank Wright. Did you see that goofy smile he had, when we had the 14-point deficit and our defense was on the field, with about, what, 5 minutes to go?
Mm,
He's just sitting over there just smirking. Like, and I'm like, Frank, if you don't stop smiling, I'm going to travel up to Charlotte and smack the smile right off your face. You got to stop this. There ain't nothing to smile about. We're down 14 points. You got one win on your resume since 2022. I better not see another smile on this man's face for the rest of the year until I see some wins. I better not see one more smile. Man, I'm telling you, if I was a drill sergeant, man, as a head coach, God willing,
Oh, another tweet.
I would let that dude know, man.
Shout out to at four man rush. I
Okay.
mean, he this person makes a fair point. Says, bro, it's been this way for 6 years. It's so and so's fault. We should have, you know, done so and so. Let's fight. The organization sucks. Tepper is laughing to the bank while folks argue about losing with, different players like Luigi Villian and DiCaprio Bootle. I mean, he has a point. The organization just has been booty cheeks, you know?
It is what it is, man. You get what you pay for, basically.
Yeah,
And this year we have not been getting what we paid for. We put 70 plus $1 million in the bank for these guys. Out of these players' salaries, you know, they got to eventually be paid 3, 4 years down the road. And
yeah.
we're not getting anything out of these contracts. We're not making it worth it. These players said, okay, I see what you're building. I see what you're building. I see what you're building. Maybe we could do something with this. I'll give up my money for this. Sure. You know, you know, Bozeman would do it
Yeah.
anyway. Ryan Khalil would have done it anyway, regardless. Some of the old veterans would have done it anyway because they know. Okay,
Oh,
they know that this franchise runs on money.
and let me also point this out. Somebody posted on Twitter, shout out to at 95 Keep Pounding,
Mm,
posted a video inside Bank of America Stadium that apparently, as much black that was in the stadium, there were tons of dark blue. Tons of
okay,
dark blue. And I'm not talking about Carolina blue either.
that doesn't surprise me. I was up there for the Saints game in week 2. I saw a lot of Saints jerseys.
Yeah. Ugh.
Saw a
Ugh.
lot of it in week 2. And I said, you know what? Let's just focus on our business, man. Let's just try to get the win. Don't
Yeah.
worry about that. The only time that that becomes a problem is when they start cheering louder than our fans do when we're on defense.
Yeah.
That's when
Hey,
it becomes a problem.
welcome to the stream, Mr. Gemini. He says, "What's up? Today was bad." Oh, bad is an understatement.
Yeah, definitely.
Ugh.
I'm frustrated because you're looking around at the rest of the division. The Saints barely beat the Bears, and you think, okay, there's hope. You look at the Buccaneers losing to the Texans today, and you think, oh my goodness, there's hope. And then you see the Falcons take that L to the Vikings. Like I said, any given Sunday, I told you that might have happened. That could have happened. When I was running through the predictions on Thursday.
Didn't you say this could have been a trap game, or was this a different game?
No, I called Green Bay as a trap
Green
game.
Bay. Green Bay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I said if we handle our business and beat the Colts, Green Bay's the trap game. You know, but I'm looking around and I see that, and I say, holy cow, this is starting to become a possibility. This is starting to become real.
Now,
And I thought, okay, well, most NFL years, you think, okay, well, this is a trick. You know, you either get the trick or the treat on Halloween, right?
yeah.
And I'm thinking, okay, this is a trick because you see the rest of the division doing this another week in a row here, where they just drop another game, and I'm like, wait a minute, it might be a troll. You know what I'm saying? Like, Where's the scare tactics cameras?
Mm,
Where's the scare tactics cameras? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? I'm being punked right now. There ain't no way this is really happening.
mm.
And then we go into this game, and I'm thinking, okay, if we just take care of business, we could get one more step towards what we want.
Now, let me go ahead and throw this in here for playing devil's advocate again. That's twice in one stream. Okay, so yes, Bryce Young threw 3 picks, 2 of them pick sixes. Is it bad? Yes, very very bad. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out here, see what everybody thinks. Because I know somebody's probably gonna say it. Do you bench Bryce Young the rest of the season and let Andy finish? Andy Dalton.
No,
So you let him suffer his growing pains.
absolutely. I
Okay.
see I see a lot of growth and potential in Bryce, and you got to give him the reps for him to learn. First of all, secondly, we've had opportunities to win, and we've thrown them away. So at this point, it's about making those contracts worth the money that we're paying these players. It's not so much about getting to the playoffs right now. It's making these contracts worth the money. We spent $70+ million. We better produce results. Otherwise, these players have a right to be pissed off because they said, "Oh, I see what you're building," and then we get this type of result, and they go, "Wait a minute, what the?" You know, like
Mm-hmm.
I would be pissed off if I was a player and I was commanding a big contract and I had to give half of that away, to build the team up, and I got this type of result. Put yourself in a player's perspective for a minute. This would piss you off royally
Yeah.
if we got to the end of the season and only got one win.
Yeah.
And and consider the fact that Frank just does not care whether we win or lose. He just does not care.
And my whole thing
Then
is.
you got the Charlotte taxpayers who are putting money into this stadium.
Mm-hmm.
How pissed off would you be if you were a Charlotte taxpayer that is paying for these people's contracts?
Mm-hmm.
Stop calling me people.
And my whole thing
Trying to work.
is, if we put in Andy and it's really not that much different, nor do we get the wins that we were looking for, then what are people gonna say? Like,
Right. We're getting the money that we're getting our money's worth if we start winning those games, and we do what it looks like on paper, you know, and we
yeah,
go, okay. If I'm a player at that point, I'm going, yes, yes, we're building it the right way. We're doing things the right way. But once you start seeing those L's, you go, well, I got questions now. I got a lot of questions about our methods here. What are we doing, management? You know, and those questions don't add up to good results. They
yeah,
lead to somebody getting fired. That's the
yeah,
path
pretty
it leads
much,
down.
pretty much.
So, um, my whole thing is this: you see all of these division opponents just flatlining, and you say, okay, well, we got a shot at this, and then wah wah wah, back to usual Panthers, just choking when we know we've got an opportunity in big time game opportunities. We just keep doing this to ourselves, and I don't understand it. It makes no sense why we keep sabotaging ourselves and putting ourselves in this position year after year after year after year. Something's got to change. Somebody's got to get fired, man. I'm
Yeah,
tired of this. Frank's got to go.
Tepper's not any help at all.
No,
Just
he's not. That's 0 for 2 on head coaches, Mr. Tepper. With all due respect, man, if you can't hire a good head coach, owning a NFL football team is not for you. Sell the team, please, at that
oh,
point.
and other news. Apparently, word is Daniel Jones may have a torn ACL.
Ooh,
See,
oof.
see
This year has not
the
been
injury
friendly for
bug.
players
That's what I keep saying. That the injury bug has not been nice. Especially hasn't been nice
to
to us.
anybody, to anybody,
Yeah.
much less to us.
Oh, Joe Joseph Person at Joseph
Yeah,
Person said it best. It's like the
yeah.
Panthers. It's like the Panthers are playing without an offensive line. Pray for Bryce. I mean,
What have
yeah.
we been doing for the last 7 years then? Because the last 7 years, the offensive line has been even worse.
I mean, so much talk about his size. I'm like, they can't even give him any protection.
Icky, Taylor Moton, y'all hearing this right? I know y'all watch these streams. Come on, man. I know some of these players watch these streams. Please get the word back to these two that they really need to take some time and get this straightened out. Footwork, technique, whatever they got to do, man. Work out in the in the locker room, whatever they got to do, man. Whatever it takes to get your game back on point. Because right now it's not there.
But like I
Okay,
said,
Throckmorton, I expected that from because Throckmorton is straight from waivers from the Saints in August. So I'm not
yeah.
expecting that from him.
But I really want to see if Bryce Young can bounce back Thursday.
Yeah.
If he can bounce back Thursday, then I mean, because here's the thing we got to remember: at some way, shape, or form, every player is going to have to be able to bounce back from adversity, especially when you
Mm-hmm.
have your worst game. And sometimes the level, the low level of that worst game could be chaotic. It could be chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're able to bounce back and keep the ship going and at least build back some stock, then it at least shows that you can bounce back from serious adversity. So I don't know yet with Bryce. We'll wait and see. I like I said, I'm. It's gonna be a while before I make my final decision on Bryce Young, but
I agree.
but we'll have to wait and see. Because I really am interested to see if he can bounce back from adversity. And this was because yeah, we can all admit this was his worst game of the year. I mean, this was even worse
Mm-hmm.
than his first game. So I
Mm-hmm.
mean, yeah, we can all admit that. I would think.
Yeah.
So
Rookies are gonna have bad games, but you know, he's still adjusting to that playbook. Give him time. And one of the examples of that is the fact that he had to take a timeout just to get adjusted uh, when the play clock was running down.
oh
And I'm
yeah,
like, all of that for just a sweep play to the right. What is the amount of language we are using for these play calls? It's way too long, bro. And we're stuck in situations where okay, we gotta hurry up, we gotta hurry up, we gotta hurry up. Clock's ticking, clock's ticking, clock's ticking, and Bryce is just still standing there going, just barking out the play like in paragraph form. And then all of a sudden you get down to 1 second, and it's like, oh, now we can actually step the ball and do something. It's like that is too long. That is way too long. And when you get into 2 minute drills, that's when it starts to really screw you over
yeah,
because these guys have hurry up offense, tempo. They're trying to keep the momentum going. They're trying to keep the process going and moving down the field. Silent throws, whatnot. If you are taking that long to call a play, you're not going anywhere on the field. Plain and simple, you're not. You won't even get past the 50 in a 2-minute drill.
Hmm.
It has been proven time and time and time again by bad offensive coordinators. We got to clean that up.
Yeah. Ah.
So I'm kind of looking around the league right now. We've got uh,
There are even some folks that are saying, fire James Campen as well.
I don't necessarily agree with firing James Campen, but let me kind of chat about that right now because what he was doing in Green Bay was he would be reloading good offensive linemen, but he was reloading them way too quickly, and that's what the problem was. You know, uh, and the offensive line started to degrade slowly but surely over the years up in Green Bay. You had players hurt, and the turnover rate was much, much higher than he could replace it with up there. So it became a major problem to the point where he was fired, especially after Rodgers left.
Hmm.
Because once Rodgers left, it was like, okay, well, what do the Packers do now? They got to get somebody to replace him with. And you want somebody that's not going to have a high turnover rate that will fix the problem. And the thing is, if you try to fix that with mediocre players,
Hmm.
that's not going to end well either.
Yeah, that's a good
So,
point.
I mean, that's going to cost another offensive lineman coach their job. So it's not a one coach fix,
Right.
is what I'm telling you. You're not going to fix that within a year or two. You're going to end up firing somebody. Somebody's got to be, on the dummy mission, as Big Cat calls it. You're on the dummy mission.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I feel like Campen is going to try to set us up with a good offensive line. And he was on the right track for that. It's just we're back to the same problems he was having up in Green Bay, where it was just high turnover rate and no replacements. Except it's a much faster rate because it's down here in Carolina, and we've already had issues.
Hmm. So, just
Calling
just
me.
just a FYI, Chandler Wooten had an ankle
Parking.
injury. Brian Burns had a concussion.
Oh no,
Yeah,
concussion,
yeah.
boy.
And so did C.J. Henderson, concussion.
No, come
Yeah.
on, man.
So that's two
Oh,
players hit with concussions.
that's the one word you don't want to hear as far as injuries in the NFL is concussion because that will end your career very, very quickly. Just ask Luke Kuechly.
Yep. So yeah, those are the notable injuries. Chandler Wooten, ankle injury. Brian
You get
Burns
two of those.
and C.J. Henderson, which Brian Burns did give a thumbs up, but both of them
Mm,
concussions. And Stephen Sullivan was a shoulder injury,
okay.
but Burns did not finish the game, and nor did C.J. Henderson.
And again, people are going to say, "Oh, these guys are made of glass" when they get one shoulder injury or something like that, and they come back the next game and they're like, and I'm like, "No, they're not made of glass. They're just
You can't
it's
predict
football
injuries.
related injuries. You know what I mean? Like y'all got to calm down with that.
Fact of the matter is, you can't predict injuries. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, yeah. and 2 concussions will leave you with a very, very short career.
Yeah.
So I really wish these guys the best, and I hope that they get their health back and they're able to play. But concussions are just the one thing in the NFL injury wise you don't want to play around with because you know it will mess up the quality of the rest of your life. There's a lot of former players that have said that. And they've talked about former injuries that they've had. When they were playing, and they said, okay, this and this and this into my career. And these are the results of those injuries after I've already retired,
Yeah.
and it's terrifying. And
Joe Valesco, welcome to the
everybody's holding
stream.
the NFL accountable for
Yeah. Joe Valesco, welcome to the stream. Uh, I gotta keep it real with you, Corey.
it. Mm-hmm.
We lose Thursday. All hell is gonna break loose
Mm-hmm. I
because
agree.
then you'll have the Bears, pretty much Bear fans laughing in our faces with our number one draft pick. Uh,
Don't you lose to Justin Fields. Don't you do it. I will boycott until Frank is retired
well,
or off this
I
team.
don't think Justin Fields is. He didn't play today. Yeah, it was Tyson Baggett.
God.
I don't even know who
If,
this
if
dude
we lose to
is.
either one of these guys,
Who the heck is Tyson Baggett?
nobody knows.
Oh,
I have
he's
no
a
idea.
rookie. He played at Shepherd College.
Where is that?
I have not a clue. Let me
I've
look up
never
this
heard of
guy.
it before.
Let me look up this guy.
This should be interesting.
Hold up. Tyson Baggett.
Oh, gosh.
He is yeah, Shepherd College is a Division Two in the NCAA. It's in
Hmm.
Shepherdstown, West Virginia.
Oh.
Uh,
No wonder we haven't heard of it.
I mean, he's got 2 rushing touchdowns and
Yeah.
3 touchdowns, 6 interceptions in the passing game.
Oh, wow. This
I
is a
mean,
nobody. This is a journeyman.
although
And we
he
get
did,
beat by that.
throw 5,000 yards in a season in college. I mean,
But I mean, look who he was playing against.
yeah, I don't know anything about the.
Yeah, if you're throwing 4,000 against like quality opponents like Notre Dame, North Carolina, say Tennessee, for example, then we could start to take that seriously. But look at the division opponents that you're playing against. Come on, no one's going to take that seriously. They're going to take you as a sixth rounder or seventh rounder as a quarterback
Yeah.
because nobody looks at colleges that with that name.
Dre,
You're nobody.
Welcome to the stream. He says, nothing about Bryce Young is electric or amazing. He doesn't have a great arm and is not a good athlete. Bryce is looking really bad. I'm not gonna say I'm not
I
gonna
disagree.
I'm not gonna say he's not a good athlete because if he wasn't a good athlete, he would have never been a Heisman Trophy winner. So
Right.
I'm not gonna say he's not a good athlete. But yeah, he's struggling. He's definitely struggling. But I'm not going to say he's not a good athlete. Otherwise, he would have
Yeah.
never. Otherwise, he would
Yeah.
have never won a Heisman Trophy. I mean,
And I
yes.
mean, like, yes, he's a rookie. Yes, he's going to struggle. All the rookies struggled, even Peyton Manning, before he started out. Let's
Oh
be fair
yes,
here.
especially Peyton Manning because
Yeah,
he definitely didn't get it on the first season.
right.
He threw picks
All
like
right. So
crazy.
there are outlying reasons why Bryce is having trouble, as well as Bryce himself having trouble. You know,
That's
so
the
you can't just put it 100% on Bryce. You can't just put it 100% on on giving him crutches either.
That
It's
that's why I am waiting until the to see what his ending of the season results are before I make any judgment.
right. I'm tossing the first 6 games. Those mean nothing to me because Frank was calling the plays and
Joe
he was in charge of the depth chart, and we were screwing ourselves in those first 6.
Joe Valesco says Tyson Baggett is a rookie quarterback drafted. He did win one game against the Raiders. Oh, he played in that game? Oh, yeah,
Really?
he did play in that game. Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
everybody finds their golden egg once in a while.
Yeah, had one touchdown. Oh, he
But
didn't
I
turn.
mean, the Raiders have been struggling. They've been up and down, up and down, up and down.
I mean, he didn't turn the ball over, so I mean that's a plus. I mean, it's what
Yeah.
you don't want to do is turn the ball over. So yeah, so I guess that makes him 1-1 so far
My
as
thing
a
is
starter.
The
So
Raiders secondary
yeah,
isn't
that's
really
cool.
that great at taking the ball away anyway. So
Yeah, but I mean, hey, that's fine. But
yeah.
yeah, Bryce is struggling. There's no dismissing that.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I'm reserving judgment overall until the end of the season. Because, like I said, plenty of quarterbacks that went through the same growing pains. For example,
Yeah.
Peyton Manning. I mean,
And I
heck,
mean, we
I mean,
like to
heck,
use that
Trevor
example
Lawrence.
because it's the most popular one, but still there are many others. Um,
I mean, shoot, Trevor Lawrence is another example.
yeah. And I
Shoot.
knew what Trevor was capable of before he got up there. Pretty much everybody knew what he was capable of. It was no secret once he won that national championship
But then, 2022 last year, Trevor Lawrence, bam, blew up. But rookie year, I mean, the
because
dude
they
had,
gave him what he needed to
yeah,
win. And we're not giving Bryce all the tools he needs to win. We're not giving him the depth on the O line. We're not giving him a proper playbook. We're not giving him uh, the time to throw the ball and make his reads.
yeah, exactly. Welcome to the stream, David Screws. Good to see you. He
What's up,
said
David?
he says I'm highly pissed. Frank needs to go. He has no energy. Doesn't care. We need Deuce Staley. I'm also highly upset with Bryce. Defense played pretty well. The rat needs to go.
Yeah, yeah. Frank needs to go. Although I will say, in Frank's defense today, he did actually go and argue with the refs on that one
The Xavier
supposed
Woods
helmet to
helmet.
helmet call, which
Yeah,
was not a helmet to helmet call at all. But he did go out there and argue with him.
right.
But also to throw him under the bus, he did not throw the challenge flag. When the Colts got that touchdown, clearly the guy was a little bit short, and no challenge flag, nothing.
Oh yeah,
Frank,
because his knee hit the ground before he broke the
yes,
pylon or something
yeah,
like that?
and there was no, it was like a 1 minute review, and they're just like, oh, we're just done with it. It's like, really? Y'all review all these other plays, these other scoring plays with like 2 or 3 minutes, and you all go spend a minute on this one? This refing
Uh,
crew is trash, dude.
David says the
You're
rat.
trash.
David says the rat needs to go and be with his brother Rule. Dang. At this point, I want him gone
Ooh.
tomorrow. Dang.
Oof.
Um.
I actually agree with that. There's no reason why this man should still be coaching in the NFL.
Joe
Like,
Veles
find another profession, bro.
Joe Valesco says if we only win one game this season, do we fire Frank? If we do,
Yes.
who will be his replacement?
Yes. Do Staley.
Deuce
Easy
Staley.
one.
There, well, there you go.
Easy one.
Dang, that was
You
quick.
can also throw a Jaro's name in the hat too, because people were talking about him being a head coach at some point.
Right.
Throw his name in the hat, but that's a bonus if you want him. Um, But I could see Ajaro staying if Deuce Staley does. But it would take a heck of a lot of convincing. I wouldn't want to stay here if I was Ajaro. Why would you? One win season? Come on.
Yeah, that would
You could
tie.
do a lot better than Carolina. But, you know, we're hanging by a thread to anything that's even successful in Carolina. And we just keep trying to figure something out. We keep trying to I mean, there's times when I actually agree with some of these other streamers. Trade these players. Get them out of Carolina because they're wasting their career here. I get it, but at the same time, you got to have some type of talent here to attract better players. You can't just sit in the Mendoza line forever because that's what would happen if you traded all that talent away and let go of all these good coaches that you have. Then you really would be sitting at last in the league for years and years and years and years. These people don't understand this. They don't understand what they're asking for. And I keep hearing this week after week after week, and I'm going, y'all still don't get it, do you? Wait,
Mm.
with all due respect, guys, you still don't get it, do you? You can't just toss all of that. You got to build on it. You can't just sit on a metal framework for a house and expect the rest of it just to get built over the course of 5 years. What's going to happen? You're going to get fired when the house isn't built. When the homeowners go go to the property and don't see the house, they just see the framework.
Mm.
You got to
Um,
build.
Mr. Gemini said Burns actually showed up today. Yeah, he did a little something something. He
He
didn't get a
did.
sack, but
He did.
he did a little something something.
Yeah.
I just hope he's okay because he had that concussion.
Yeah.
Um, Vietnam, welcome to the stream. He said,
Sup,
Will
Vietnam?
Scott be fired as well? Um,
Here we go.
I mean, honestly, bro,
Here we go.
there's a chance. There's a
I'm
chance.
not starting that conversation today. I'm not doing it.
Joe Valesco says, how about Jim Harbaugh? I don't know, bro. That's kind of a reach. That's kind of a reach.
Harbaugh is not willing to leave Michigan. I don't
Yeah,
see it.
I don't see it either. So I think that's kind of a reach. David Screw says, I think Ajaro is good. The 14 points came off two pick sixes.
Mm-hmm.
Take those points away. You have a ball game. Ajaro is excellent in my opinion. I mean, he's right
Facts.
because Colts
Facts.
only had one offensive touchdown. So I mean,
Yeah. Let's kind of break this down a little bit
so
because you had 7 points given to the Colts because of the refs. Let's be fair here. 7 points to the refs. Uh, two pick sixes. Take those away.
hmm
Okay, so you're dealing with what 21 points there, right? Okay, so what does that score look like without those 21 points? Ah,
hopefully a lot closer and maybe
ah,
more in our favor,
exactly.
especially if we would have capitalized on the one takeaway we got at the beginning from the muff punt.
Correct.
Um,
And if we had actually gotten a field goal before halftime as well, and not throwing that pick
um, David
because we
says,
were in range.
yeah, most definitely. David says if we play like that Thursday night, we're getting toasted. Too many screens. Ugh, don't remind me.
Yeah,
Ugh. Vietnam says you don't have to, Corey. Everyone is asking about Frank. What about Scott? Is all I'm saying.
you're the one asking the question, bro. You're the one asking the question.
I, I think what he's saying is like, is there a sense of accountability on Mr. Fitterer's part that has to be brought up along with everybody else? I believe that's what
We
he's.
already had a stream addressing that. Go watch that. Oh wait, you were a part of it. So I don't want to hear it on conversations about Scott right now.
Well,
The results of this
I,
game were not on Scott. He only built the team. He doesn't conduct the team.
I mean, I get the frustrations though. I mean, and like when you think about it,
I get it. You're looking for
it
somebody to scapegoat, but he's not the one you want to scapegoat.
well,
Okay?
it's like when it rains, it pours, and there's like a lot that's
There's a lot of different areas that have screwed us up this year. It's not just the building of the team and the lack of depth. Okay? It's a lot of other things too. You know, you have to take all of that stuff into accountability and see the bigger picture. You know, but Frank is a major part of it, of why we haven't been getting wins before that bye week. Huge part of it, actually. So, to
um
me, toss out those first six games from from out of the bye week. That's when you start paying attention and you say, okay, this is what we're grading you on. This is if we don't if we win or lose, this is when we start throwing the great grades in and we start taking this seriously because we didn't have a playbook before that. We didn't have a head coach that cared. We didn't have somebody that would throw a challenge flag and defend his players, or get in the ref's face. Now we have a reason to do that, and you saw it today. Frank actually came off of the sideline and actually argued with the ref today. I've never seen him do that this year. Have you seen him do that this year, Phaeton? Like I
uh,
haven't, and now all of a sudden we have a reason to fight.
I mean,
So
I'll say this, and then Mr. Gemini says it just hurts a little more. Facts.
it does.
I'll say this, like, here's my take on this. I just feel like when it comes to Scott Fitter, I guess y'all both just gonna have to agree to disagree when it comes down to it. Um, to Vietnam's question, I guess directed specifically to me. Scott, Frank, and Ajaro be fired.
Why would you fire a Jaro?
So Ajaro,
You,
no.
you're looking for scapegoats now. This is what you're doing.
So so
Okay, let's call it what it is. You're looking for a scapegoat.
so I'll
You're
I'll
not sure who to blame. You're angry. You're pissed off, and you have no idea where to direct it.
I'll I'll
Let's
say
call it what it is, please.
I'll say this. I'll say this. For those three specific, Frank, hate to say it, but yeah. Ajaro, nah.
No.
Only because I have a feeling that with today, like the run game, was definitely cleaned up some. I really feel like I think he has a little bit more leeway. Ajaro. In all honesty, I think he has a
Mm-hmm.
little more leeway. Scott,
Players want to play for him.
yeah. Scott, I honestly have a feeling it's going to be 50-50. And I say that because at the end of the day, folks are going to look at record and results. And record and
That's
results.
all they see.
I, I
That's the
mean,
problem,
I
though.
mean but that's the thing though, Corey. They see that because that's what's placed in front of them. You know what I mean?
True.
Like that's
True.
that's the
But
only
that's
thing.
all they look at, though.
It's just like it's kind of like I'll give you an example. It's kind of like the same defense that a lot of people have for Steve Wilkes. That
Mm-hmm.
that's an example, and I say that because yes, he was somebody that the players respected. Yes, that was somebody that folks got behind.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, his resume shows that he has a 9-19 record as a head coach. That's a terrible record. And because that's a
But
terrible
you have to give him a chance to improve on that, though.
and that's fair. That's fair. But going back to how a lot of people feel about the whole what have you done for me lately? they're gonna look
That's
they're gonna direct and target to that specific thing. If that makes any sense, I think that's
it does, but the problem is if that's all you're seeing, you're looking at the world through just tunnel vision. You're not seeing anything else, you're just seeing what's in front of you. And that's not going to tell you everything you need to know. It's not going to help you figure out, okay, is this person a worthy fit or not? It's not going to tell you that if you're not looking at all the aspects. Broaden your horizons, please, people, because you can't just be tunnel vision forever. Just
Mr.
because just just looking at only the record, you can't just do that. There's so much other elements at play here.
Mr. Gemini says, I hate to say it, and I know it's in the past now, but we could have kept DJ Moore, got CJ Stroud, and got an O lineman, a DB, a running back, and a D lineman at this point. We should have. Um, but then
But
again,
see, we still would have gotten stuck with Frank. That's the problem. And
um,
Frank would have stunted CJ Stroud's growth as well. He
well,
would have
and
he would have gotten us, um, stuck in another rut. Our offensive line would still be hurt. We'd still have the same issues.
and see
It,
that,
it still wouldn't help us.
and that's another thing that's still a big what if. Yeah,
And they
okay,
would give DJ Moore the same Julio Jones treatment they just did with Thielen.
yeah. So it's like
You're not solving anything with that.
I think the big thing is I know a lot of people want to say we got the wrong quarterback, we got the wrong quarterback. Here's the thing that's always going to be a big what if. Okay, let's say we get CJ Stroud and we get the same type of play calling by Frank Reich, who called plays the first
Yeah,
6 games. I mean, and then he stinks it up. Let's say he ends up stinking it up. We're going to be saying the same thing.
yeah.
So, I
Plus, we
mean,
won't go after the DBs and people like that you guys are wanting us to go after. And the players, frankly, we wanted them to go after, and they refused to go after.
and
So
and that's a big reason why like I really just want to see how the things look by the end of this season. Like even between everybody, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Um Joe Valesco says, "How about Josh McCown? Do we keep him or fire him?"
Um,
I mean,
Interesting conversation there because this is his first year as a quarterback's coach. He wasn't that great as a quarterback, yet he wants to be a quarterback's coach. Okay, well, teach these guys something. I'm not seeing it.
he has a point. This is his first time as a quarterbacks coach, and like you said,
Please stop calling me.
he's not really,
Working.
you know, nothing really notable big about him. So I mean that's fair. That's fair. Um, Mr. Gemini said, "Oh, never mind. We couldn't have gotten Stroud if we didn't give up DJ." So yeah, yeah, and that's
Yeah,
another thing
yeah,
because we pretty much had dibs at who we wanted after
yeah,
making that trade. So,
yeah.
but yeah, I think there's a lot of factors. There's a whole lot
Hmm.
of factors, but I just really, it's tough. It's really really tough.
Hmm.
Uh, Vietnam says we didn't get the wrong quarterback. We did, however, build this team the wrong by not drafting the O line to protect and by not drafting any playmakers. So
Okay, who would you have drafted?
let
I'm
me ask you
curious.
let me ask you this, Vietnam. Let me ask you this. Last season, were you kind of somewhat on board with the O line that we had, and you just feel like this season has just been a big like regressing period for the O line because there were a good number of bright spots in the O line last season compared to this
Mm-hmm.
season. So I don't know if it's just a big regression or just the injury bug got worse this year. Your thoughts on that?
I think the O line is a huge part of it. Um, but yeah, my question is, who would you have drafted Vietnam had you had the opportunity to draft and you were GM to try to fix these two problems?
Because it's like I said with Icky had a he says no, I wasn't in support of the O line because they weren't pass blocking.
Fair enough.
Uh, well, yeah.
Fair enough.
Now
They
that
weren't.
now that I think about it, let me see. Cause and then again, Baker Mayfield. Man, we had a combination of Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and PJ Walker. I mean, we had quite the quarterback carousel last year. Quite the quarterback
Mm-hmm.
carousel. Now, I will agree with you on good at running the ball. Yes. And a lot was said, Vietnam, that the O line was built for, I guess, run for the run, which I mean that's a fair argument. It's a fair argument. Which he said he did argue last year for better pass blocking. Um,
Yeah, I agreed with that.
I I definitely feel like there were a lot more bright spots in the run game as compared to the passing game. But it's uh, like, I mean, there's a lot that argue that we still haven't really gotten the premier O line as compared to the Super Bowl run, the last Super Bowl run. But
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, dang, that was 2015. So
Yeah, you're not going to find that type of offensive line again that we had in 15.
it
Like,
might just
it's going to
take
be a
forever.
long time before you get that. So if that's what you're hoping for, good luck with that.
But I really feel like just when it comes down to it, execution. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if I remember correct me, if I remember correctly, I don't know how many of y'all watch NBA basketball, but
Mm.
I remember a long time ago, Greg Oden came into the league and he was supposed to be the man.
Mm-hmm.
He was supposed to be the man,
Yep.
and then ended up being a big old bust.
Oof.
A big old bust in the NBA. So I don't know. I mean, some have it, some don't. I guess that's all I can really say about that. Vietnam says true. They were built for power running, not passing, but we still traded away everything to draft a quarterback. Our front office bleeped up. So Vietnam, let me ask you this. I want your honest opinion. You would have been okay with keeping Sam Darnold another year?
Ew, no.
And in all honesty, in all
I can't
honesty,
do it. I can't, in all conscience, agree with that one. No. Mm-mm. Sam was so bad.
because honestly,
I never wanted that trade in the first place.
it was, hmm, yeah, like
Baker, I could make an argument for because of what he did in Cleveland. But Sam Darnold, I knew exactly what we were getting. And I was like, no, because we would be putting him behind the exact same type of O line that the Jets were putting him behind.
Vietnam said
You're
no.
going to get the same results.
So Vietnam said no. Honestly, Vietnam, that's probably what would have ended up happening.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's probably what because between
You
Baker
can't have it both ways.
because between Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, I mean,
Yeah.
I know this is not saying much, but Sam Darnold was the better. And it sounds so
Yeah.
ironic. It sounds so ironic because Baker Mayfield has playoff experience. Sam Darnold doesn't.
Yeah.
Um, Vietnam says I would have still gotten a quarterback, but I wouldn't have given away the farm for one. We could have got Will Levis.
Will Levis has one good game,
Mm.
and you're like, oh yeah, let's draft Will Levis.
So you would have been okay with Will Levis?
No, no. If we had stayed at 9, I would maybe have considered it, but
Cause
at this point,
a
if
lot of
you're trading up to 1, there's no way you're going after Will Levis.
cause
No
a
way.
cause a lot of people were not sold on Will Levis. Like I don't think
Even if you, there was about 75% of the fan base that just hated Will Levis.
honestly, I don't know if anybody that said anything good about Will Levis, to be honest with you.
Nope, nobody, nobody. But here's the
Like,
thing: I watched him in Kentucky, and this dude was like shredding some defenses, man. I was like, "Who
but
is
then
this dude?"
but didn't he
It
have
made me
injury
pay attention
woes?
to him.
But didn't he have injury woes as well?
He did,
I mean, it's a gamble. It's definitely a gamble,
yeah,
regardless who you
yeah,
pick
and
up.
that's why he was where he was in the draft order. You know, that's why he wasn't a first rounder. Because
Uh,
if you're a first rounder, you should be making the types of plays that these guys are making. Like Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, and they are.
Vietnam says, yes, it was in the fourth round. He was drafted in the fourth round. Joe Valesco says if we didn't trade up, Will Levis would probably be with the Carolina Panthers. It's possible. Um,
Yeah.
Vietnam says yes, I would have been okay with him, but I'm not saying he would have been the answer. But in the fourth round, why not? Well,
Mm-hmm.
at least he's honest.
True.
I'm. I just. I guess the only reason Vietnam, while I kind of feel a little iffy about it, is I'm sure many people remembered a lot of people in this fan base really wanted a quarterback. Really wanted a quarterback. Like just
Yeah.
they were sick and tired of the Baker Mayfields, the Teddy Bridgewaters, the
Yeah.
Sam Darnolds. Like
Yeah.
folks wanted a quarterback, and
Mm-hmm.
we went out and got one. I mean, we did what
Yeah.
they wanted, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
We got a
it
quarterback.
it might not have been exactly in the way that we may have hoped for as a fan base,
Yeah.
but they went and got what we wanted, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Yeah.
So I mean, we kind of asked for it in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We kind of asked for it in a sense. If you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, cause
You
it
guys
was.
asked for this, man.
I mean,
There was a massive outcry for a quarterback.
we would
Did you
not.
get what you wanted?
We would not have like stopped hearing for the rest of the day if Sam Darnold still would have kept stinking up and Baker
Oh yeah.
Mayfield and all that.
We would hear nothing but that for the whole next year. It would
Yeah,
be like, what are you drafting quarterback? What are you drafting quarterback? It would be a repeating cycle of just that,
uh,
like a
Fayette,
broken record.
Vietnam says I wanted a quarterback too, but to be honest, our team wasn't ready for one yet. And I think there
That's
was
how I felt.
and I think there was a divide there because I think there was a good amount of folks that wanted O line and a good amount of folks that wanted quarterback, just quarterback, quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
quarterback. So
Mm-hmm.
I definitely saw the divide
Yeah.
with that. Um, like I said, it's just There is so much messed up with this team, and it's
Yeah.
just there's no telling how long it's going to take to really fix what we have. Like
Mm-hmm.
we got I think it's safe to say Jay-Z would say we got 99 problems. Maybe not that exact number, but we got some problems.
Yeah.
Uh I just yeah, but dude, what are we going to do this short week? Like
Mm.
what is this team how are they going to respond? I mean, we got the Bears this Thursday. Like
Ooh, it's not good, man.
Vietnam says O-line, corner, linebacker, and edge was what we really needed. Yeah, I'm not gonna deny that.
And the thing is, like, we have this trend going around the NFL where you got hybrid players being picked up. Like they try to do with Jamie Robinson. They try to move him to corner. You know, whatever happened to that? Then you got DJ Johnson. I mean, what are we even doing with him? What was the purpose there?
I think he played in the previous game a little bit, but that's about
Yeah,
it.
what was the play here? What were we trying to originally do with him as a hybrid player? You
Uh,
know,
Joe Valesco.
and there's a lot of question marks there when it comes to hybrid players. And why not just draft them at the original position where we have a need in it? You know,
Right.
Hodges Tomlinson was sitting right there. You could have locked up the corner position. You had no reason not to draft this dude.
Joe Vales
Absolutely not.
Joe Valesco says, "Me too. I will be okay with Will Levis. The only thing I would do is start Andy Dalton, and Will Levis could learn behind him." Well,
Mm,
I mean, originally they had a thought of Andy Dalton starting over Bryce Young, but I guess they saw
yeah,
what they enough of what they needed to see in training camp to ink him in as a starter.
yeah.
Which I mean, I kind of understand. He was the number one overall pick. So,
Mm-hmm.
hello, Batman. Welcome to the stream.
What's going on, man?
But yeah, I really just man, this could end up being a 1-2 punch if we lose Thursday. And that's the thing, man. You got to
Mm.
imagine, even though the Bears lost today, you got to imagine DJ Moore is salivating for this game.
Oh yeah,
And
for sure.
let me see what the injury report is for the Bears when it comes to Justin Fields. Okay, so he's listed as out because
Mm-hmm.
he had the thumb injury. So
Mm-hmm.
not sure what his status is going to be for. Well, if he didn't play today, then I don't know. He's probably not going to play Thursday.
Probably not.
Since it is a short week.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was a dislocated right thumb,
Oof.
and he's
Not
actually
good.
well, he's missed 3 straight games now. So, I mean, we'll have to see. There's probably a chance maybe he might play, but honestly, with a short week, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But oh man, but yeah, this
So many frustrations and very few answers.
yeah, no kidding.
And I don't think it's going to get any better from here. People are just going to get more and more frustrated with the more L's we take.
Yeah, and I'm just not so sure firing anybody like right now, while it would send a big message.
Yeah.
Don't know if it starts the healing process.
Well, with Frank, I believe it could help us because honestly, what they've been saying is, we're a sinking Titanic. We have no answers. We're struggling with this and this and that, and it's just like, why not just call it what the heck it is and just fire Frank? Like normally, I would be against firing a head coach mid-season, but this dude's history and what he's been doing to sabotage us has been nothing short of horrific. And
Yeah.
it's time to just call this team what it is. Everybody else has figured it out. They've seen past the curtain. Why haven't we? You know what I'm saying? Like we're the only ones that haven't seen past the curtain, and all these people that are bashing Scott are just like not even saying a word about Frank.
Mm,
For the most part. And then you got the people that are bashing Frank that are not saying a word against Scott, and it's just nobody can agree on anything. And it's like, okay, well,
mm.
we just proved last week the problem was Frank, okay? And it continues to be Frank. And here's an example of why I say that. If you look at our depth chart from today, just our depth chart from today, you got uh, Calvin, the right guard,
Oh,
starting
Miss.
over Cade Mays, and Cade Mays actually did a pretty decent job when he was in. This is this is just one example of how he's screwed up the depth chart.
Cade
Okay,
is still out though, isn't he?
okay,
Oh,
he's still
actually,
out.
actually, no, he's listed as active. Never mind.
He's active.
Yeah.
Okay, so my theory still stands on that. Okay, so Cade Mays should have gotten those starts when he was active and healthy over Calvin. Calvin is just a waiver guy that we got from the Saints. That's all he is to me. He played like trash. He looked like Zavala, Icky, and Taylor out there, just stinking it up. And this is a byproduct of Frank not putting people in the depth chart that should be in. It took him forever to put Chuba over Sanders after we just finally, put two and two together in
Hmm.
the management. Oh, Chuba's actually playing better. He's got better numbers. It's like, bro, we've been knowing this for weeks. Time to give up the ghost. And he finally did, and look what happened. So, I mean, eventually he does give up the ghost and puts in the right people, but after it's too late.
Hmm.
So, uh, so my question from that is he a reactionary coach? Which is very, very dangerous in the NFL. You cannot be a reactionary coach. You have to be a proactive coach. You have
Hmm.
to understand what other teams are doing, what you need to adjust, and then do it. You know, and he hasn't been able to do that. So uh, here's another example of how he's been screwing us up: the lack of challenge flags. I mean, do I really need to say more on that? The Vikings game, this game, come on, man. Like, take a stand for your players. And
Yeah.
finally, he did when it came to the personal foul play, flag that was the helmet,
Oh yeah.
supposedly.
Xavier
So he
Woods.
finally did there. But, you keep going down the list. You've got timeout issues, you've got clock management issues, you've got the fact that he couldn't figure out what the Texans were doing, when they kept calling penalties, to get our kicker closer and closer to the goal line for another chip shot supposed fail that they were wanting to happen.
Mm.
I mean, everybody figured it out in the building except for him. Here's your sign, bro. Like, we all figured this out. Why would you accept a penalty after he's already made the kick?
Yeah, that was pretty
Like,
lame.
the lack of football intelligence is just the most sickening thing that I've seen. And to me, I'm still questioning why he's still a head coach in the NFL. Why? How does this dude somehow? He's got to be the greatest car salesman I've ever seen, because I have never seen anybody absolutely Houdini his way into two different franchise head coaching jobs and screw them both up with that many talented players and still not get wins. You got to be the greatest Houdini talker I've ever seen.
Mm. Dang, that's
It,
that's one way to break it down.
it's like one of those like magicians that you see in the theaters. You know, it's like you got to be the greatest magician I've ever seen. But deep down, we all know the truth about magicians. We all know how to figure out their tricks. It's not hard. You just pull back the curtain and there it is. You know, it's
Mm.
like the guy in the box. And to me, once the secrets have been exposed, there's no going back. There's no putting the ketchup back in the bottle. You are who you are. And Frank is who he is. We figured this out for weeks now. Okay, Frank, we know who you are. I don't need to hear anything from his press conferences. I know who you are already. I already know what you're going to say. You're going to come up with some lies. You're going to sweet talk your way into keeping your job for another week. You know, and it's like, and here comes another weekly meeting with Tepper. We all see this coming. Come on, bro. Everybody sees the sinking ship that this team is. It's like the Titanic at this point. We all know it's blatantly obvious. But somehow he hasn't figured it out. Here's your
Oof.
sign, bro. Here's your sign. And
Oof.
somehow this dude still has a head coaching job. I don't understand it. Like, it just
See,
it blows my mind.
David says, Frank, go get a Frank dog. Enjoy it. Get out of Carolina. Mr. Frank should be the new greasy strangler if you get the joke. Awesome. There's Grease
Oh
though.
wow.
Dang.
Whew.
Oh,
Frank, head coaching is just not for you. Okay. Surely you got street smarts. We all don't deny that. You know, you're a sweet talker. You'd be an excellent car salesman. Give that a shot. You know, but head coaching is just not for you. It really isn't. And you know, at some point you gotta let go of the ghost and just do what you do, man. You know,
do what you do.
and we've been trying to be kind to you and respectful to you, but at some point you just got to call it what the heck it is. You know,
Oof.
I don't understand how some of these people can still defend this man after seeing what they've seen. Like, either you're blind as a bat, you're watching a totally different Panthers game than we are, or you just don't know what you're talking about half the time. Which one is it? Because at this point, I'm determined to believe that it's one of those three things. If you're still a Frank supporter, I don't. It baffles me how anybody still supports him at this point. And I felt the same way about Matt Rule before we fired him too. I was like, how in the world can you support this, knowing full well what he's doing to sabotage this team? You know this is his former team, right? That we were playing. Come on, folks.
Yeah, and
Come on, folks.
supposedly during the interview he was like, nothing personal, not gonna, think about that or anything like that. So,
Baloney. Baloney. This
eh,
dude's just
maybe not, but I mean,
baloney. Every coach has at least a little bit of animosity towards his old boss and the old team. Yeah, and I like to think that if we were to play the 49ers right now and we played Steve Wilkes, he would have some animosity towards us, right? Come
I would
on.
think so. Yeah, I would
Oh
definitely
yeah.
think so.
Oh yeah. How about Ron Rivera when we played Washington? When you think that he would have some animosity against us and want to win that game even more than he
Yeah.
normally did? Absolutely.
David said, "Go bathe in grease, Frank." I see what he
Oh,
did there.
dude. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Just because I go on a huge rant here, y'all gotta tone it down a notch, man.
That's what you are on the field, not energetic. Well, I mean, he has a point about that. He's
Yeah.
normally not
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
energetic. So yeah,
He
he.
looks like a mannequin from the store malls. You know.
But I mean,
You know like the
I,
you know like those like plastic white mannequins that you see like in the
but you know
clothing
what?
stores.
I give him
That's
kudos. He's
right.
he's he's a man of God. I give him kudos. With that. I'm as a believer.
Yeah.
I give him kudos on that. But that's about it.
I need to see some energy, man. I need to see him do something. Like move around. At least act like you got some life to you. Dude was just standing there like
Yeah,
you know, it was just the most awkward like camera angles on him. And I was just like, do something, do something. You know those memes of the guy poking with the stick. It's like do something.
yeah, which is understandable. Totally understandable.
and I mean, all due respect to Frank, man, I bet he's a fun loving person. As a person to meet. But bro, your football intelligence is just not there. It's not there. I'm sorry. Either you knew exactly what was going on and you blatantly ignored it and blatantly tried to screw us up, or you have no football intelligence. Which one is it? It's got to be one of the two. There,
David
there is no option C here.
David says, "Love the stream. Just trying to give the fan base comedy." Hey, that's all good. That's all
Absolutely, nothing
good.
wrong with that.
That's all
Nothing
good.
wrong with that.
Grease.
Yeah, we could use some after a loss like that,
Oh
man. It's just
man,
oof.
I just like I said. I mean, with this being a short week, like it's scary.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
scary.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just only thing I can say is y'all just be prepared in case for the worst. Cause
Didn't the Bears just trade for Montez Sweat?
yes, they did, and
Oh
he got
God,
buku
no.
money. He got buku money.
Oh my God.
He got buku money.
So so the Bears just
uh,
absolutely locked him in for 4 years.
4
And
years.
if you're Montez Sweat, you're going, I don't have to do anything for 4 years. This team is gonna suck for 4 years. Why should I play for any of this money? I'm just gonna go out there and just do what I do.
I mean, yeah.
That's how I would feel if I was Montez Sweat. I'd be like, easy money, counting them dollar bills all the way to the bank, laughing my way to the bank to the Bears management because they were dumb enough to do this. I mean, as long as I stay healthy, I'm making money. And I feel like a lot of the Jets players before the Jets started really turning it around were feeling that same way. So it's just like you comprehensive health plan, check. You know, insurance plan, check. you know, that's what they were saying when they got those paychecks. They're like, "Yep,
David says we need comedy at 1 and 7. Yeah, fair
yeah,
point.
fair point,
Vietnam
fair point."
said it might not be the X's and O's, it might be the Jimmys and Joes. What the
What?
heck, man?
What? Wow! Wow!
Vietnam, what the heck, dude? What the heck, man?
I can't.
Oh man. I
Man,
don't
this is
I
why we
don't think
love you,
I don't
David.
think I've ever heard of that
This is why we
before.
love you.
Oh my god, I've never heard that before. Oh, that's
I
new.
haven't either.
That's new.
Those types of phrases, man, are just
Oh man.
that's great.
Oh
That's
man.
fantastic.
That's what's up. Uh let's see. David says CJ Stroud had almost 500 yards, 5 touchdowns. Is that a concern that we drafted the wrong quarterback? Had a 148 QB rating, insane for a rookie. Huh? We beat him.
I mean, yeah, we beat them,
That's all I can.
and
That's the only thing
you
I
have
can
to
counter
consider the
with.
Falcons' secondary has been trash too, as of lately.
Well, you know what? Let's take a look. Let's actually see who they've beaten because they're 4-4. Okay,
That's fair. Let's see.
so they've lost to the Ravens, Colts, Falcons, and Panthers.
Oh,
Although they've beaten the Steelers, Falcons, Bucks, and they've beaten the Jaguars. I mean,
okay.
them beating the Jaguars by 20 points is pretty impressive.
Yeah, yeah,
Them beating the Steelers 30-6. I mean,
yeah.
is their defense still any good or just?
Well, I was mainly talking about the Falcons secondary.
Oh yeah, the Falcons secondary. I mean, well,
It's been so bad. It's been up and down all year.
but I mean, so far the best team they've beaten so far is Jacksonville. So
Yeah.
eh. The Steelers are 2 and, or wait, no. The Steelers are 5-3. So I stand corrected. They're five
hmm
and three. So Saints, well, the Saints are 5-4. Well, it's an NFC South team.
The Saints have a soft schedule.
Okay,
If
I'll give him 2-2 because he did beat the Jaguars and Steelers. I'll give him 2-2. 2-2.
hmm
Uh,
fair,
Vietnam says, and if we would have landed some talent in the middle rounds of the draft the past 3 years, we wouldn't be this bad. Uh,
what talent are you looking for?
I'm trying to get a refresher of our middle. Well, it is important to hit on as many rounds as possible.
I mean, we there's just been that hybrid culture of players, and like you never see the players drafted in specific positions of need that we are really looking for. Like we've offered solutions on our channels, and these guys just don't want to go for them. They want to go for the hybrid players, and I'm like, okay,
I
you're a
know,
loss.
I know when
You
it,
make your bed, you lie in it.
I mean,
Either you slink or they swim.
I know when they come, I know when it comes to this year. We've seen, Mingo, Zavala. Zavala got started early. He started the
Yeah.
dang on first game of the season. Jamie Robinson, we're starting to see him more. Which Zavala, there's still some unknowns there. Last
hmm
season, I still don't think we really gave Matt Corral a real legit shot. That's just me personally. I don't think we really gave
Yeah,
him a legit shot. Um,
I would have liked to see a little bit more of a shot given to him. Yeah.
I mean, we have been seeing some Cade Mays and Amari Barno.
Hmm.
We didn't even give Kalen Barnes a shot. I mean, to keep it
No.
real.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these guys we
He's
haven't even seen get a shot. Tommy Tremble. I mean,
fair.
Tommy Tremble. I think he's slowly starting to come around. We just got to use him more, but he's starting to come
Agree.
around. Chuba Hubbard. I mean, Chuba Hubbard. I mean, he's the number one back now. So I mean,
Yeah.
there's that. Uh, Brady Christensen, I think it's been doing pretty decent up until he's injured. So
Yeah.
I
If you
mean,
put him back on the field healthy, I think he'll still do the same things.
right now some may argue whether he should have been a guard or tackle. There's that, but I
Mm,
mean,
I vote tackle, but
uh,
I could also see guard. I see
I
both
mean
arguments.
Jeremy Chin. Oh yeah, that's right. Jeremy Chin was a second round.
Yep.
Um,
Sure was.
Kenny Robinson, I don't think we really gave a legit opportunity, but I think it's because he was injured. I think.
Yeah,
Um,
and Kenny Robinson didn't really impress me that much in training camps either, even when he was healthy.
mhm.
He was just
um,
kind of that extra guy.
now if you want to talk about like middle rounds, 2019. I mean, 2019 was just. I mean,
Ugh, sorry.
Will Greer, Jordan Scarlett, Dennis Daly, like
Yeah, yeah, those
Greg
were
Little,
trash.
Greg Little. Now that draft, because I mean, I think the only thing we hit on was Brian Burns, our first round pick.
Yeah, yeah.
Now that was a pretty rough draft. That was a rough
Which
draft.
year was that again?
2019.
2019. That was before Gettleman got. That was after Gettleman and after last year of Marty.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That was
Last
last
year of
year of
Marty.
Marty. Yeah, sure was. Um, and then 2018. I mean, Dante Jackson, Ian Thomas, Marquise Haynes.
Yep, yep, yep.
Um,
I mean, that was the start of Scott Fitterer, and even with it being the first year with Matt Rule and all the garbage that came with it,
well, no,
Scott
that's
actually
that.
did
No,
it.
that's 2018. That's 2018.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I
okay.
was going. I was going
So
backwards. I was going backwards.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was Marty as well, and Marty does have that reputation of hitting on big star players like that, but the cost is horrendous. Like, see, we were trying to give Brian Burns a $30 million contract. See, this is the stuff that I'm talking about when you deal with Marty draft picks. You got to pay him like an arm, a leg, and a torso. Like, it's ridiculous just to get him to stay here.
To be honest, I think 2013 with only 5 picks, I think we hit really well on that one. Star Latulele, KK
We
Short,
did.
AJ Klein, Kenyon Barner. I think we hit pretty well on that year. That
Hmm.
was 2013.
Excuse
Um,
me. Yeah, we did. I mean, again, that was Marty. Yes, we were hitting, but how much are these guys asking for now? That's the problem. And that's why Marty was fired, is because of all the contract issues. The dude was trying to give him like half of our budget, you know, and not building around him.
and let's also keep
So,
in mind having a whole bunch of picks also doesn't seal the deal because if y'all remember 2010
yeah,
draft, we had 10 picks. We had 10
yeah,
total
you
picks
got to hit on him.
and
You got to hit
we
on him.
hit on one, which was Greg Hardy. Look at who everybody else was: Armarty Edwards, Jimmy Clausen, Brandon LaFell, Eric
Oh,
Norwood,
Jimmy Clausen was awful.
David Geddes, who couldn't stay healthy, Jordan Pugh,
Yeah,
Tony Pike, Robert McLean, R.J. Stanford. I mean, 2010's
those
draft
were
was,
trash,
yeah, like the
trash
only
picks.
one we hit on was Greg Hardy, and that was a 6 rounder.
Yeah, and it
So
just goes to show you sometimes if you know how to find the talent down that low, you could find a gold mine.
yeah,
Bill Belichick was the best at doing that. Still is.
to be
I don't
honest,
know how he figures out how to do that, man. He's got the magic formula figured out.
to be honest, I think probably one of our best drafts, like just on the number of people that we hit,
Yeah,
was probably '07, because that's John Beeson, Ryan Khalil,
yeah,
Charles Johnson, Dante Rosario.
yeah.
Like, that's four right there.
Rosario was kind of take it or leave it, but the rest of them, yeah, I absolutely agree.
So I mean, yeah, I think '07 was pretty dang on decent. Vietnam says yes, we're all messed up. Yes, we did. Garbage. Oh, or to the specific round
Yeah, yeah.
years. Yeah, looking back, there have been a pretty decent combination of good draft picks and bad draft picks, even per year. Um,
Yeah, but again, like the big name people, like how much do we pay all these people? The big name ones?
it
That's
it
that's yeah, that's the problem.
and
And
also when you think about it, 2001, although it was quite a struggle, 2001 we ended up getting some players that ended up being really good. I mean, Dan Morgan, Chris Jenkins, Steve Smith,
yep, yep,
Chris Winkie, which I mean we were hopeful for because he
yeah,
was a Heisman Trophy winner, but we all saw how that
right.
went. I mean, if we look at the last 5 years alone, including this year,
Mm-hmm.
which I know this year isn't done yet. If we look
Right.
at the last 5 years, including this year,
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say, I mean, let's see. So last 5 years, that's 23, 22, 21, 20, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, to be honest, it's a toss up between 2020 and 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, we had the most picks in 2021. I mean, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we had some, you know, the fact that one of the picks was a long snapper. I mean, it just goes to show you can have a ton of picks and, make the wrong selections, or you make the selections that don't end up panning out, So,
Right.
because I mean, that year we had, let's see, 4, 8, uh, 11. We had 11 picks that year. That's a lot.
Yep.
So I mean, and that's the thing. Like, so I'd have to say it's probably a toss up between 2020 and 2021 as far as the last 5 years, where those 2 years are probably the most decent drafts.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, 2022. I mean, we got Icky.
Mm-hmm.
We still have Amari Barno and Cade Mays, and like I said, Brandon Smith, I was hopeful for, but I don't think he really got a shot. And Kalen
Mm-hmm.
Barnes definitely didn't get a shot. And
True.
Matt Corral is still going to be kind of a what if to me. you know.
Yeah.
So but yeah, it's it's tough. It's really tough. I mean, there's the draft, can be hit or miss, but it really comes down to what you're going for.
Yeah. And the hybrid thing that's been going around, it's a trend, can really mess your team up if you don't know what you're doing.
And then, we also, I know Vietnam, you mentioned the later rounds, but I mean, there were a few busts in the first round. I mean,
Yeah.
Vernon Butler in 2016, Kelvin Benjamin in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Despite him having opening up with a rookie year of 1,000 yards receiving, I think
Yeah.
just he stopped running routes and he stopped trying, and
Yeah.
just he never really was able to come back from the injury in a big way. So it just,
And some of the major talent that's really been shining through can be found in the third, fourth, and fifth round sometimes.
yeah, that is true. Um, Vietnam, Vietnam says, okay, how do we fix it? Do we fire Frank and hope that Scott can win this upcoming draft?
I think Scott actually was influenced a lot by Frank.
And another
Um,
and another thing is, let's say we do let go of Scott Fitterer, then who do we bring in as GM?
exactly.
Like, because to be honest,
Excellent question.
I'm not even sure what exactly an idea of what available general managers are out there.
Yep.
To be honest with y'all,
Brilliant question. I was about to ask that same thing.
I mean, does anybody really
Mm-hmm.
know any notable
I
supposedly
don't.
available GMs? Because that's a whole nother different story.
Yeah.
Um, Vietnam says, speaking of busts, there are some busts on the roster now, in my opinion. Um, like just joining or kind of been there and we just haven't gotten rid of them.
Been there and yeah, that's what he's referring to.
So I came across this link that said this link was this article was written back in May 17th of this year. It
Mm-hmm.
says 7 personnel executives who they believe will be 2024 NFL general manager candidates.
Yeah.
Um, Adam Peters, who's currently the assistant GM for the Niners.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ian Cunningham, the assistant GM for the Bears.
Nope.
Uh, Ed
Not interested in anybody from the Bears.
Ed Dobbs, assistant general manager for the Colts.
Nope.
Mike Borgonzi, assistant general manager of the Chiefs.
That's interesting.
JoJo Wooden, director of player personnel for the Chargers.
Interesting.
Andy Weidel, assistant general manager for the Steelers. And
Nope.
Brant Tillis, the VP of football operations from the Chiefs.
I'm interested in the guys from the Chiefs and the Chargers because of the fact that they've had continual success in getting really, really good players. And I mean consistent success. Um, and it's set them up for multiple playoff runs.
So, a big reason why Adam Peters, the assistant GM for the Niners, is a consideration. Before Lynch, Peters, and before John Lynch, John Lynch, who's the current general manager, the main general
Mhm.
manager, before him, Peters, and Coach Shanahan arrived, the Niners were 2-14. And in the past 4 years, they've made it to the
Okay.
NFC Championship game 3 times and the Super Bowl once. Honestly, that might be somebody to target. This Adam Peters.
Hmm. Interesting.
That, or at least keep
All
an
right.
eye on him. At least keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Okay.
Um. As far as the Bears one, nope, not interested. Bears have had a history of making poor decisions. Stay away from that. Um.
And then you also said the same for the Colts assistant GM, Ed Dodds.
Yes, because that guy's just going to do whatever Frank wants you to do. If we keep Frank around, then it's just going to be the same thing you saw in the Colts,
Well,
which is not going to lead to success.
so the reason that he's been kind of considered is his history before joining the Colts. He spent nearly a decade with the Seahawks as a pro and college scout, and he's apparently has done a good job of writing players up and looking for the right things by position. So maybe that's a familiar face
Mm,
to Scott, but
I mean, maybe have him as director of scouting, but that's as far as I'm willing to push that. Not for a GM job, no.
and apparently the Ian Cunningham, the assistant GM for the Bears, he was apparently there with the Ravens when they had the 6 consecutive playoff appearances. When was with when he was with the
Interesting.
organization, and when they won the Super Bowl.
Interesting. Okay.
So maybe
You have my attention.
maybe based on resume. Um,
Maybe, but that's a stretch.
Mike.
I'd rather have somebody from the Chiefs or the Chargers, to be honest with you.
So
Um,
So, oh, interesting thing. So with the Chiefs, Mike Borgonzi. Here's an
mhm.
interesting note. Current assistant GM for the Chiefs. He actually got interviewed by the Carolina Panthers in 2021 before Scott Fitterer got that job.
What?
Yeah, yep. He
Whoa.
was he was actually a candidate.
Interesting.
And the thing is, he's done some of everything with the Chiefs. Director of football operations in 2018 to 2020, director of player personnel in 2015 to
Wow.
2017,
So
director of
he's
pro
all over the
scouting,
place.
pro personnel scout, and manager of football operations. So he's done some of everything.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
I
Um.
mean, I'm not opposed to Scott as a secondary choice, as far as that goes, but, that might have been the guy we should have hired.
Now, Joe.
I, I'm willing to consider it.
Okay. JoJo Wooden, the director of player personnel with the Chargers. So he's been with the Chargers since 2013.
Hmm.
He did interview for the Bears GM job last year, and the year before that, the Commanders GM job.
Hmm.
Um, he oversees pro and college scouting departments. He was a former Syracuse linebacker and played
Hmm.
15 years with the Jets. And let's see. They say the only thing he doesn't do a good job at is self promotion. He doesn't like bringing any attention to himself.
Uh, the thing is, that's not really impressive.
Yeah.
You've been a former player of the Jets. Yeah, who cares? No, nobody paid attention to the Jets for a number of years.
Hmm.
Syracuse is a non-factor in the ACC, and let's face it. When was the last time Syracuse was actually a factor in the ACC? Can
Ooh,
anybody tell me?
I sure don't know.
I mean,
Um,
if you don't count the major upset of Clemson, during that one game, but beyond that, when were they ever a factor? Before that point, they weren't. So, um,
let's see.
after that point, you're just basing your information off of what he's done with the Chargers.
Yeah.
and that's not enough for me. I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Andy Weidel, assistant GM with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who has been with the organization for more than 20 years.
Hmm. Longevity is interesting.
Or actually, he has. I'm sorry. Omar Khan has been there for 20 years, but he began
Oh.
his career with the Steelers as assistant under Khan. He's not looking to leave because his wife is a Pittsburgh native, and they just built a new house.
Mm,
So, I mean, honestly, he loves Mike Tomlin and loves working under Omar Khan.
yeah, he ain't living.
I think he's content where he is. And
Yeah,
honestly, if that's the case, and they just built a house there, I don't think they're going anywhere.
no,
Uh,
no.
Now, Brent Tillis, the VP football operations for the Chiefs, um, he's primarily a salary cap guy, but so is Howie Roseman, the
Hmm.
Eagles GM, and Howie Roseman, who won two of NFL's last six Executive of the Year awards.
Hmm.
Um, Brant writes up scouting reports and watches tape. Very smart and understands everything you need to understand as a GM, from contracts to negotiating trades to what you should look for in people you hire. And what
This
the
dude's the
heck?
brains.
He also interviewed for the Panthers GM job last year.
You're
And,
joking.
and he is believed to have been the team's second choice after Fitterer. Wow. Wow.
Okay, I
Not
can
only
see why.
that, he has been credited with the construction of Patrick Mahomes' 10-year, $450 million contract and all pro guard Joe Thuney's free agent contract. And he facilitated the Tyreek Hill trade as far as minimizing the cap implications of the trade and the acquisition of 5 draft picks that they got from Miami. Ooh, this dude knows how to play hardball.
Fascinating. You have my attention.
So honestly, looking at this,
Who was the other guy from the Chiefs? Because
the
this
the,
guy seems
the
to be the
assistant the
brains.
assistant GM Mike Borgonzi. So that's two candidates that Carolina had interviewed for that GM position.
What if we had gotten both as GM and assistant?
Whew, man. Now that I
Think
think about
about
it,
that. Yeah.
I mean, who was
Yes,
our
you would be missing out on Scott, but and Scott brings his own elements to the table, as far as like drafting positionally, um, which I tend to favor that a lot. And this organization has never really done that before this point. We've just been drafting whoever's best available. Whoever's out there. It's just that you would have a choice between 5 different positions, and you'd just be like, okay, well, best available.
so the combo that we currently have is general manager Scott Fitterer, assistant is Dan Morgan.
And Dan Morgan's been here for a while. So,
Yeah, which he's also Panther alumni.
right. So he actually understands, who's on this team, what we're doing and whatnot like that.
Uh, Fa-
Um,
Vietnam says, "I wonder why they chose Scott over him." I mean,
well, mainly because of the fact that Scott was a major part of why the Legion of Boom existed in
which
Seattle.
which is true. And like I said, he's been with Seattle like from '01 to 2010. And
Yeah.
I mean, shoot. Now that I think
And
about it,
because every single year he would be moving up the positional ladder.
so
If you really go back and look at like every single year, he would have a promotion up, 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 up. You know,
so
and
you know
there's a
what?
reason for it. He's that good. He's that smart.
So let's kind of see what has the Seahawks, how has the Seahawks done ever since '01? I'm curious. I'm actually very curious.
Well, we know that they were our major rival during the time that we had built up our franchise
Right.
during 14 and 15. They were a major threat.
Okay.
That was one team I did not want to play against.
So he came in at '01. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down the list. So '01 they finished 9-7. '02 7-9. '03 10-6 and they made it to the playoffs wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, oh 04 9-7 made it to the playoffs wild card.
Yep.
Oh 05 13-3 made it to the playoffs
Mm-hmm.
won the NFC Championship. We remember they beat us and lost to the
Yep.
Steelers in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
That was when they had MVP Sean Alexander.
Right.
'06, 9-7, made it to the playoffs. Lost in the divisional round. Um,
Yep.
'07, 10-6, first play of made it to the playoffs, first in the division. Lost in the divisional playoff round, and then regressed a little bit in '08, 4-12, and '09, 5-11, and then 2010, 7-9, but made it to the playoffs. Lost in the divisional round.
Mm-hmm.
2011, 7-9. 2012, 11-5, made it to the playoffs. Lost in the divisional round. 2013, 13-3, won the Super Bowl. 2014, 12-4, lost in the Super Bowl to the Patriots. They could have won two back to back.
Yep.
2015, 10-6, made it to the divisional playoffs, but lost to us.
Yep.
2016, 10-5-1, uh, lost in the divisional round. 2017, 9-7. 2018, 10-6, lost in the wild card. 2019, uh, lost in the divisional round, 11-5. 2020, or wait, he started with us in 2020. Okay. Um, so I mean, Scott Fitterer was there for those years. Um, Vietnam says
Yep.
Scott, time for an upgrade. Oh wait, let me go back. Vietnam says Scott's drafting and roster building has left us devoid of important cornerstones and building blocks outside of Derek Brown, and Bryce. It's time for an upgrade. Scott wasn't the GM for the Seahawks; he was in the background. So Scott was area scout, director of college scouting, co-director of player personnel, vice president of football operations. I mean, that's still a pretty decent hand in the action.
Yeah.
Even without him being the general manager,
Mm-hmm.
he did have his hand in a decent amount of that as well, especially
Yeah.
player personnel and scouting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, scouting, like you know, you know that the folks that came up in the midst of that, I would think would have to be the Legion of Boom. So,
Mm-hmm.
so if anything, it sounded like he did enough to warrant the title of being promoted to general manager, or at least having that opportunity.
Yeah.
So,
I would agree.
so I can kind of understand. I mean, it's just like if you were to have a, job and you do a lot of good things and you get promoted from like QA to senior QA, and if you continue to do well, you get bumped up to manager. So I guess that's just the route that he went and just got
Mm-hmm.
bumped up each time in the system to the point where Carolina saw him as a candidate for GM. So I mean, I get it. I definitely get it.
Yeah.
I do get it. What was he a GM for Seattle? No, but he was also very effective in multiple roles there, even including player personnel and scouting. So,
Hmm.
not to mention they had, in that time they had a lot more winning seasons than losing seasons. That's for sure. You, you, all those
Yeah.
playoff appearances. Shoot, I mean, so it's kind of understandable. It's kind of understandable
Yeah.
because I mean, it was either that or stick with another year of Marty Herney.
Ugh.
So,
No, thank you. And those contracts,
so yeah, but yeah. So names like, so I would say from this list, Adam Peters, assistant GM from the Niners,
yeah,
Mike Bergonzi, assistant GM for the Chiefs,
yeah,
and Brad Brent Tillis, VP football operations of the Chiefs.
yeah,
If we were to go that route,
yeah,
names that stand out in this article. I mean, especially considering two of those names had been interviewed by Carolina.
yeah.
So, but we still got a lot of season left to play. So, I mean, it remains to be
Yeah.
seen how we're gonna finish. So, I mean,
Okay, so with an 8-8 finish as a possibility, you know that's the max amount we can get, right?
let's
Uh,
see,
Taking into account we lose to
9. We
the
can we can we can
Cowboys and the
we
Jags.
can still get 9.
You think we have a shot against the Jags? Because we're not beating the Cowboys.
Oh, you're talking about in the sense of who we match up against, not
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
potential total record. Oh, I see what you're saying. Um,
The max amount I could see us possibly getting is 8 at this point. Is
well,
that enough to fight for a division title
well
at this
here
point?
here's the thing. Like, it's not gonna do us any good if our division rivals keep winning games or whatnot as well. So,
Yeah,
I mean, there's that.
yeah,
Um,
fair.
I mean, looking at the schedule,
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys. I know Cowboys Jaguars will be a problem for sure. Those two games will
Mm-hmm.
be problems for sure. Now the Bears, like I said, that could end up going either way. Um, the Titans, that could end up
Titans.
that. Mm, I mean, we couldn't beat the Colts, so I mean, we couldn't beat the
Yeah,
Fal.
here
We
comes
couldn't.
Derrick Henry into town, and he's going to run circles around us.
Mm,
Even with our slightly improved run defense, that's still not going to be near enough. We actually have a Pro Bowl running back, coming at us now.
yeah,
These were average level running backs. This dude is the real deal. He is a 10-ton truck
yeah. We
plowing through our
and we
defense.
got to remember this was somebody that once got 2,000 yards in a season.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Let's not forget about who Derrick Henry is.
He's an animal. But I mean, when we had the proper run defense, and we forced the Tennessee quarterback to throw it, we had much better success. We
Yeah.
put 100% of our focus, with the 4-3 on just stopping Henry. It did work for a time.
Not to mention, the dude is healthy because remember, he played the entire season last year and still got to 1,500 yards rushing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this dude is definitely a threat.
Hmm.
But is Tannehill? How long is Tannehill out for? Now that I think about it.
I don't know, to
Oh,
be honest with
Tannehill.
you.
Oh, Tannehill's inactive. Um. Vietnam says we really don't match up with anyone that I see. If we lose to the Bears, then they should just pack it up. It would be pretty embarrassing if we lost to the Bears.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
At this point,
it'd be very embarrassing.
um,
I
I
mean,
I think we do match up to some of these teams, but the Packers would obviously be the trap game,
I
and
I really still seriously think we should beat the brakes off the Buccaneers.
yeah, I'm not impressed with the Buccaneers either.
I just refuse to believe that we're gonna get upstaged by Baker Mayfield. I just
Yeah,
I mean maybe it's me.
yeah,
Maybe it's me, call me crazy, but I just refuse to believe we're going to get upstaged by the Bucks, especially
yeah.
twice by Baker Mayfield. I refuse to believe that. Or better yet, I refuse to accept that cuz
They just did put up 37 points against Houston, though. So I mean, he can throw. The problem is like we didn't coach him right. We didn't do anything with him, and Houston is now seeing the results of where he is being coached properly in Tampa
and that's and
and
that's
used
an
properly.
and that's another thing we got to keep in mind, it just seems like rinse and repeat,
Yep,
guys leave from here and go elsewhere and they ball out, or whether it's different coaching, different system, and they ball out.
yep, it's true.
So I mean, it's a number of things. Fandom says the reason I say that is because we can't score and pass protect. Yeah, pass protection has definitely been an issue. Definitely been
Yeah.
an issue.
Ideally, we want to have a 60-40 ratio of pass protection versus run defense, run protection. Sorry, and the reason is because of Bryce and his style of play and what we're trying to do with the West Coast offense. So ideally, that's what you're gunning for.
Hmm.
But it's going to take a couple of years to get this depth under control. Um,
Uh, says the Bucks scored 30 plus today. We haven't sniffed that much. It's the closest we got was the Seattle game, of course, but that's about it. Kevin McFarland, welcome to the stream. He says hello. That was an unacceptable performance. Proud of our defense, played well, and Bryce Young, keep your head up high because this team is not putting your talents to work with routes and the scheme.
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
The defense really stood up and played a full game today. I was very impressed.
yeah.
Um,
Vietnam
you
says,
know,
I agree, Kevin. We can't protect him long enough for anyone to get open. Well, it's just like I read earlier.
yeah,
That's 14 sacks in the last three games. So, I
and we
mean,
know the culprits. It's the usual same culprits. We know where we have to go to try to fix this,
so it's just,
and
uh,
we haven't done it. So,
and the report, so Brian Burns is officially in concussion protocol.
uh, wow.
So we could potentially be without Brian Burns this Thursday.
Oh boy.
And they say that supposedly he'll have a tough time clearing the protocol in time for Thursday.
Wow. That's not what you want to hear.
not only that, the average number of days it takes to clear the league's 5-step process for return and participation is 9.
Oh boy.
Although it can be done in less, but I mean,
Yeah.
concussions are no joke.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin says we need to work things out to become the team we all want to be. The offense will work itself out. Also, Bryce Young is a good thrower. He's just not ready yet for a team that does not know what to do. I think is that what he was trying to say.
Mm,
Does not know what is happening. It's like learning from someone who has not had success in what they are teaching. Ah, I see what you're saying.
he's referring to Josh McCown.
Well, I mean, Josh McCown isn't really somebody that's had great
Success.
success.
Yeah.
And this is his first quarterback coaching job.
Right.
So I mean, ugh, yeah.
Ugh.
When it rains, it pours. Goodness gracious.
But yeah, my question still remains: is 8-8 enough to win this division?
Well,
Um, because we just saw a loss uh, for the Falcons and Buccaneers.
right. The thing
Um,
the thing is, it doesn't help unless we win our games. And this is
right.
today was another setback.
Yeah.
So we really just we gotta win our games.
Atlanta's the main threat, I think, because I think uh, at some point down the road, Atlanta and Tampa Bay can surprise the Saints and upset them. So it can even out. There is a chance of that. Um, but you go and you look at Atlanta's schedule coming up.
And that's the thing. Atlanta's schedule, they have a pretty friendly schedule when you think about it. I
It's
mean,
interesting.
I mean they play the Cardinals, Saints, Jets, Bucks, us, Colts, Bears, Saints. I mean,
Here and the thing is with the Falcons and Saints, they often split.
right.
So it really just depends on where that game is going to be played. Also, the fact that the second game against the Saints is going to be that last week of the year. So if the Saints are preparing for the playoffs, they'll likely leave some people on the bench, to keep them healthy by that point. Uh, so I could see a Falcons upset in New Orleans. I could
Hmm,
see that happening,
interesting.
which means that the Saints would beat them in Atlanta.
um, Frank Wright says, or I'm sorry, not Frank Wright. Kevin says, and Frank Wright did not help Peyton Manning with anything. He was teaching Frank. Bryce needs real quarterback coaching.
Exactly.
You can see the mistakes with reading the NFL defenses.
Exactly. Like Matt Ryan was teaching him. Even even some of the other quarterbacks that they brought through were teaching Frank. Like he doesn't know.
And he says Frank Reich knows something about how to be a good quarterback, but he possessed none of that, just general knowledge of football,
Actually, I question that too because he was never that good as a quarterback either.
which is fair, which is definitely fair. So, and then the Saints. Well, I mean, the
The
Saints,
Saints have a soft schedule,
they got the Vikings, Falcons, Lions, Panthers, Giants, Rams, Bucks, Falcons.
and let me say this: Saints. The Saints will most likely beat the Vikings. That's been a big turning point in the Saints season.
Mm.
So if they were to face off like right now, I don't know which team would actually come out as a winner because it's kind of
Uh-huh.
50-50 here. So I'm looking at this, and the Vikings are the underdogs 48.1% on ESPN, and that's coming up next week.
Hmm.
That's next Sunday. So then you got the Falcons in the dome. And I feel like in the Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, and I feel like the Saints are going to win that one. So the Saints will then get humbled by the Lions at home. Then they'll take on our Panthers uh, in the dome
Hmm.
in New Orleans, and we have a terrible record in the dome.
This is true.
That's something we can't ignore. We've been not getting it done, and if we don't fix our problems by that point, we're in big trouble.
Big, big
So
trouble.
I give the Saints the win. Saints will beat the Giants. They'll beat the Rams. Those are two easy ones. Buccaneers are not impressing me at all. That's a win over the Buccaneers. And then the Saints will be preparing for the playoffs, so they'll put everybody on the bench, and the Falcons will win that game on the 7th of January.
Uh-huh.
That's what I see happening. Um, but whereas you're looking at the Falcons, this schedule gets a little more interesting, as we go along here. The Saints are favored over the Falcons for the first matchup by 56.4%, and that's in Atlanta.
Hmm.
So my thought process here is okay, looking at the Atlanta Falcons, let's say for some strange reason the Saints drop 2 games, okay, and this division evens out. You're still dealing with a Falcon schedule of a win over the Cardinals, a win over the Jets, you know, a win over the Buccaneers, a win over the Colts, a win over the Bears. That's 5,
uh,
and a split over the Saints.
and a split over the Saints.
Yeah, so that's 6 wins. This is still doable, but we need New Orleans to drop off the map. That's what
Yeah,
we need.
seriously. Kevin says, and not to talk about the elephant in the room, CJ Stroud, wow, what a performance. 30 of 42, 470 yards, 5 touchdowns. Impressive. Just had to mention that. Yes, very impressive. And he
Yep.
said, and remember, guys, Rome was not built in a day. It's a progress. The only reason David Tepper calls it a process is because that buys him like 3 or more as owners, which means more money. It's been 6 years. How much longer do we have to wait? It's been 6 years
Oh
since we last
man,
went to the playoffs. 6 years. How much longer do we have to wait, Kevin? Huh? How much longer do we have to wait?
we literally just spent $70+ million on this roster, and on paper we were set to get 10 wins. Factoring the injuries, you looking at 9. So the execution was not there. Frank derailed us. Injuries absolutely destroyed us instead of just taking their normal effect. Then you got Bryce Young as a rookie, you know, and it's just all of these things came to roost. all of it. So, I mean, this year could have been the year that we take the playoffs. We get to the playoffs. And what I'm trying to tell you is the possibility is still there. It's still there.
Yeah, that much is true. That much is true. Kevin says, I just think that is so funny but annoying. The process is so long. When will it end? Never. The process is on a continuous loop. It feels that way. That's for sure. It definitely feels
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
Ugh.
For sure, for sure. Um, but I mean, had everything gone our direction, we would have probably made the playoffs for sure. Um, and it would feel like we earned it, with the talent that we have. Um,
Yeah. Vietnam said it best. 70 million for a 1-7 team. SMH. Shake my head.
oh, yeah.
In
I mean,
20
you can't predict injuries. You can't predict the fact that Frank is going to derail us. You can't predict the fact that you know.
He also says
Um,
in 2025 we will go to the playoffs. That's your prediction.
how do you know? How do you know?
I mean, it's a
I'm
prediction.
focused
I
on
mean,
this year.
shoot.
I'm not even
It
looking
would
at
be nice.
2024 and 25
The
yet.
sooner the better. It would be nice. Kevin says, is David Tepper a good football owner? Definitely not. I just think he cares about soccer more than football. Yeah, yeah. Um, and Mr. Gemini says, it's still there, Corey, but let's be real. We're not making the playoffs. I mean, it's a fair argument. This is a fair
Mm.
argument. Um, Kevin says we will go in 2030. Dang. What?
Again, how do you know?
Eh, Oh, he says the team will be sold by that time. Actually, I mean, he might not be wrong on that one. Like,
uh, I mean, if Tepper goes over 3 on head coaches, then
I mean,
yeah, Panther fans are not going to be happy about that.
it would not be a good look. That's for sure. It would be nasty. It would be really nasty. Oof. Oh man. But anyway, shoot. I was
So let's just kind of quickly browse through these scores today. We got uh
all right.
Pittsburgh beating the Titans 20-16.
Yep.
We've got the Chiefs beating Miami in Germany.
Yep.
I was tracking that one this morning.
Yep. It was close. I mean, Dolphins scored
Yeah, it
14
was.
points in the third quarter, so
That's the one I really wanted to watch and see what would happen. And the turnovers did not disappoint me at all,
yeah.
in that game. It was very, very impressive defensively and offensively. And I feel like this could be a playoff matchup potentially
Uh, Kevin
in the
says
future.
Kevin says I think this will be our last year possibly. We can move to St. Louis possibly. No. I don't
No,
want them to leave
no. What
Charlotte.
in the world are you talking about?
Kevin, no.
No,
No.
dude. No.
No. I'm not going all the way to St. Louis for a game.
Why?
Bump that.
Why? No.
Vietnam says in 2025 we will have a chance to fix the O-line.
Okay, he may not be wrong on that
Yeah. Yeah.
one. That's
Yeah.
closer to accurate.
Um anyway, you so Chiefs over the Dolphins.
Yeah, but I feel like that would be a potential playoff matchup. maybe divisional or AFC championship
Yeah.
rematch there at some point down the road. Could be interesting.
Mhm.
So Baltimore destroys Seattle.
Yep, sure
Uh,
did.
interesting. Cleveland destroys Arizona. Arizona got blanked. Goose egg.
Yeah, they're just as bad as us.
Oof. Yeah. So
Um,
we've already mentioned the Tampa game.
yeah. Vietnam says we got to be able to beat teams like Dallas and the Jaguars, Tennessee to be able to go to the playoffs, and we don't have the talent to compete with any good teams. It's looking rough, bro. It's looking rough.
It is. It is. Are you buying the fact that the Saints barely beat the Bears? Are you buying into the Saints right now?
Well, I'm
Because I'm not.
I'm kind of on the fence because I mean
That soft schedule just does not impress me.
they
They
probably
barely got where they are.
they probably should have beaten them by way more than just 24-17, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not buying that 5-4 record. I'm just not. You they beat the Titans. They beat us. At a time where we were struggling. Uh, and I was in the house for that one in Charlotte. Um, they lost to the Packers. They lost to the Buccaneers. See,
Hmm.
this is why I'm not buying into them right now.
Oof.
These are two uh mediocre teams right now. Let's call them
Um.
what they are.
Yeah. Kevin says he was joking, but we need to get the team better to keep the fans coming to the stadium. Facts. Facts.
Yeah. So the Saints destroy the Patriots 34-0, in New England.
Hmm.
Patriots are struggling. That's a mediocre team.
Yeah.
Next.
Washington beat them as well. Um. I
Yeah.
I am kind of shocked at how much the Rams are struggling. The Packers beat them today.
Yeah.
Rams are 3-6 now. That is kind of a shocker.
Yeah, so the Saints lose to the Texans. They lose to the Jaguars, by a close margin. They beat a struggling Colts team, and they beat the Bears barely.
Hmm.
I'm not buying the Saints, man. I'm not buying into them. I'm just not. They've got a soft schedule, and I don't buy them right now.
Right.
They're going to get humbled by the Lions once they finally face a team that really is ripping into teams like Detroit is right now, and really playing like their emotions are on their sleeves. Man, it's going to be bloody. I just have that feeling, and we're going to see the Saints get exposed in that game. If the Saints were to make it to the playoffs right now as a division winner, they'd lose in the first round. Point
Right.
point blank simple. Fact of the matter. Like if they were to take on Dallas right now, they would lose. If they were to take on Detroit right now, they would lose. If they were to take on Philly right now, they would lose. I see it. So I'm not buying into the Saints at all. Moving on, you got Minnesota over the Falcons. Crazy win. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Uh, Green Bay decimating the Rams right now, and I don't know what's going on with the Rams.
Yeah. They just.
A horrible year, man. You got
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford. What's going on?
Yeah.
What's
Ever
going
since
on?
ever since after the Super Bowl run, they have not been the same.
They've ripped apart the team,
Right.
and pieces of that Super Bowl team are everywhere. We have a few of them,
Yeah.
and we're
Um.
doing a lot of good with them. Washington beating New England. New England still struggling. Washington's offense is still not there yet, even with Sam Howell.
Yeah.
It's
Um.
still not there. They need some wide receiver pieces, I think. Uh, could be offensive line too. Could be.
I know my dad is happy. The Raiders beat the mess out of the Giants.
Yeah, that's the Giants are just not there. They're
Yeah,
not there.
and Daniel Jones may be out for the season with torn ACL.
Oof.
Yeah. Um,
So
Kevin says the Browns are legit on defense, and the Baltimore Ravens look really
yeah,
good. Oh yeah, the Ravens. Yeah, they'll
yeah,
be in the mix. I mean, the Ravens are seven
yeah.
and two right now, so the Ravens are definitely in the mix.
Ravens will be division winners, I think. Pittsburgh's just not there right now.
Well,
Houston's
well,
struggling.
well hold up. Pittsburgh is 5 and 3, and they're battling with Cleveland right now. Both of those teams are 5 and 3, and Cincinnati's 4 and 3. AFC North, I think, is going to come down to the wire. I really think it's going to come down to the wire
You might be right. You might be right. It could get a little bit more interesting soon.
because now that
You're right.
Burrow is back, he might start cooking.
Yeah, that's true. I'm watching that Cincinnati game right now. They're beating Buffalo
Yeah.
21-10.
Now, what else is interesting? Shifting over to the AFC East with Miami losing, Buffalo could win tonight and tie 6 and 3 with Miami. And we have to see what happens with the Jets because the Jets are 4 and 3. They might try to sneak into wild card contention.
I don't see Buffalo winning this game against the Bengals right now, with the score being what it is.
Oh, it's 21-10. Oh, well.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the Bills.
And then AFC South. I mean, honestly, the AFC South, I think it's Jacksonville's to take. They would have to like royally screw everything up for them to not win the division.
Right.
Like I really don't see Texans, Colts, and Titans doing anything. I think
Yeah.
Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville, unless they just drop the ball,
Yep.
they should be good. Um,
Yep.
AFC West. Honestly, I think Kansas City will seal it. I don't really see any other team there. I mean, Chargers,
The
Raiders,
Chargers could
Broncos.
contend, but it's been a very, very tight battle between them and the Chargers.
Well, the Chargers are 3 and 4, so they would need to really start a run for them to have a shot.
Any given Sunday between those two teams, man, I'm telling you, it could go either way. It's a 50-50 shot
Now,
when they play each
I would
other.
not sleep on the Chargers offense because I mean with Justin Herbert, I mean don't forget Justin
Yeah.
Herbert can still get it done. So,
And the Chiefs were thrown under the bus a little bit this year, but they recovered against Miami there. So,
yeah. So if you ask me, looking at the AFC East, I think it's going to really depend on what happens. But I'm thinking the Bills or the Dolphins. I think whichever one
mhm,
doesn't make it probably gets the wild card.
yeah,
AFC North, I think that's going to be the toughest one to determine a wild
yeah,
card
yeah,
because and even to be honest, there's no telling who ends up winning the division because, like I said, it's
hmm,
tight. It is a tight race in the AFC North.
yep, true.
So Ravens
And
got a decent advantage, but Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, they are so close.
yeah, I think the AFC still got the power grip right now between the two conferences,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Now, here's the thing. NFC. Eagles.
Yep,
As long as Eagles doesn't screw anything up, they'll win their division.
yep.
Um,
Dallas will be fighting for a wild card.
yeah. Now the NFC North. Now with a lot that has happened, this is Detroit's for the taking. This is all
Yep,
Detroit's for the taking. All they got to do is
agreed.
just keep doing what they're doing. And honestly, because when was the last time Detroit won their division?
It's been a long time.
Yeah,
And these Detroit fans are excited. They're coming to the games.
yeah. One of my
They're
coworkers is a Lions fan. So
Congrats, man, to all the Lions fans out there, man. You guys have been waiting a long time for this.
Yeah.
I am so excited for y'all.
So don't be surprised if Detroit wins their
Yeah.
division. And honestly, don't be surprised if they might try to fight for home field.
Yeah, they could make some noise in the playoffs.
I mean, that would be really interesting. Uh
It would.
Now the NFC West, I think it's going to come down between Seattle and San Francisco. They're both 5-3.
I
Um,
got San Fran.
Los Angeles and Arizona, forget them. They're
Yeah, they're out.
but as as hard as it may be for some to admit, NFC South is still up for the taking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Very, very much. I think, like I said, if the Saints were to drop a couple of games to Tampa and Atlanta and even out the division, we got our shot.
but the key thing is we have to win these division games to even have a sniffing of a
Yeah,
chance.
yeah,
Like we've
yeah.
already lost to the Saints and to the Falcons. We have to
We
sweep the
have
rest
to
of the
keep
division.
winning
Yeah,
from this point forward. We cannot take any more L's.
yeah. So
No more L's.
at least four of those we have to win.
Yeah. This is it. This is crunch time.
Yeah. So
We
because
can beat the Bears. I believe that we can beat the Bears. That's not the problem. It's the
right.
Titans that worries me, and the Titans could ruin our season.
So we gotta understand that you know we can't rely on other teams to lose to help us. We have to we got to do our
Yeah.
part.
Yep.
We got to do our part because they can lose
Yep.
game after game, and we lose ours. Then
Yeah. It's not going to get us anywhere.
so yeah, I. Ugh. But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how the rest of this season goes. But on that note, um, it's getting a little late, and I definitely want to grab food. So
Yep. Same.
let's transition to final thoughts. Just with everything that's going on, and just kind of what needs to be done on this short week. Um, so yeah, you go for it. Final thought.
Uh, First thing that I kind of want to discuss here is out of my points is first of all, we cannot lose another game. I want to emphasize that as many times as I have to.
Hmm.
We've got to play inspired. We've got to play determined. We've got to put our best foot forward from here on. If we don't do that, we are shooting ourselves in the foot, which we have been known to do as a franchise, and it will cost us yet another year, 7 years, where we've been out of the playoffs. 7 long years. You know, just think about that for a minute, guys. Do you really want us to be there again? I'm tired of this, man. When you put that much money into a franchise team, there is no excuse why you should not make the playoffs. I'm sorry. It's just, there's no excuse. We've run out of them. You know, I don't see us in the future going after and taking chances like that again. This was a win now move to
Hmm.
put all of that money into this roster and try to win now. People are so fed up with the fact that we are not making the playoffs year after year after year that Tepper said, okay, we tried the long way, it didn't work. We tried the short way, it didn't work. Let's try the win now mode. Didn't work. Okay, what now? After this season, if we should fall short again, what then? There's no other method. What do we do then? Then it's just like, oh, okay, we're just basically screwed
Oof.
as a franchise. I honestly, nobody has any ideas outside of those three, you know, that I can tell. So I'm trying to channel our best Super Bowl 50 energy, and that's why I'm wearing the hat. And it worked last week, didn't work this week, unfortunately. But, it's worth a shot, right? Whatever it takes to get us there. We've got to have 8 wins at the end of this. We have to. We have to. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. We're wasting players' money. We're wasting taxpayers' money. We're wasting all this hope and hype that we put into this team. We're wasting it. How would you like to be one of the players that sees this type of result after putting your hard-earned dollars into this to put together a team and get this type of result? You wouldn't.
Ew.
You would be extra pissed off.
Yep.
I'd be royally pissed off. You know, and I would question whether I wanted to be in Carolina after that. Plain and simple. That's where we're at right now, folks. We are right back to where we started from. And that's the road that we're taking because we failed to get it done. And it's same old Panthers, same old nonsense, same old blah, 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 blah. We're all fighting with each other instead of trying to get the job done. Techniques, all of this stuff, footwork, all of that stuff has been forgotten. We haven't even focused on that at all. We haven't even looked at that at all. And here's another interesting fact. You got 6 linebackers that have been injured this year. 6. It's time to start questioning this stuff. Okay? It's time to start asking questions of these coaches. What are you teaching these guys? At the NFL level.
Hmm.
You can be a coach at any level, but what are you teaching at that level? If you're teaching college level stuff at the NFL level, it's not going to work. Just no. Just no.
Mm.
No. So I would start asking some questions if I was the coach today. Today. Don't wait till Monday. Today. Because the longer you wait, we got a short week. You got to get this stuff fixed and fix it ASAP. And to me, this is screaming desperation right now.
Mm.
This team is screaming desperation to me. We're desperate for answers. Everybody knows it, except for Frank for some reason. He doesn't seem desperate at all. He's just standing over there like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't have any answers. I'm just Frank. And I'm like, get a clue, Frank. You're losing by 20. You're literally losing by 17 points, and the dude's over there smiling like he just won the lottery. I'm like, I don't. This boggles my brain. Why this man is still here? You are losing by 17 points. You will not throw a challenge flag. You barely argue with the ref. You don't seem to care about this team. Why are you here? For what reason? Like, to be a glorified cheerleader? What? I don't get it. And we're trying to win 8 games. We're trying to make the playoffs, and you're deterring us from getting there. Just go. Okay? Please. Just go. You're wasting our time here in Carolina. You're wasting good opportunities to win games. What's more, you're deterring us from that goal.
Mm.
Just go, Frank. Go find another job, please. Like, we love you as a person, but go find something else. This is not for you. This is not your niche. Clearly, this is not your niche. And for the fans, that have been supporting this team, I am so sorry you had to watch this garbage. I am so sorry
Yeah.
because this is not who the Carolina Panthers are. If you are new to the Carolina Panthers and you are just joining this organization and you are seeing, us at our lowest valley right now, I am so sorry for what you're watching right now. This is not us. It never has been us and it never will be us. Okay? Although some people will tell you that on YouTube, no, don't listen to that trash. This is not who we are. The team that we are, we displayed in 14 and 15. That's who we are. When we kept pounding through a difficult season and we still made the playoffs in what was it, 17 or 18?
18. Or
18.
or no, that was no, that was, oh my goodness. That was
That was either
13.
7.
You talking about 7, 8, and 1?
Yeah, even though it was 7, 8, and 1, we kept pounding through that season and we got to the playoffs despite having a bad season. That is who we are with the players that we made do with. That is who we are.
I'm
And
sorry,
I
that was
want
2014. 2014. I'm sorry. 2014.
2014?
Yeah, 7, 8, and 1. Yeah, that was 2014.
Okay. Point being, that's who we are. We toughed it out. We hit all these teams tooth and nail until we got there. And I really want to get back to that level of success again. I felt a glimmer of it when Steve Wilkes was here, as head coach temporarily. I felt it for a little bit. But it's just not there. It's not there yet. But be patient. Be patient. Stick it out. Stay with us. I know it's a tough road. I know it's hard. Yeah, these losses are painful. They're going to suck, you know, but we are all still here, because we love this team. We love what it represents. We love who these guys are, you know, and what we could become.
Mm.
So tough it out. Keep pounding through it, you know? And to the players, like I said, find what inspires you. I don't care what it is. Each player, it's going to be something different. But whatever it was that inspired you, go find it again. Go find your love for this game again, because that's what's going to propel you to success. What was it that drove you through college, through the NFL draft? What was it that drove you through those first years? That into transition of the NFL. What is it that drove you through these practices and these training camps of 98-degree heat weather? Find that, and I promise you will see success.
Mm.
Once you work with the footwork and all the techniques and all that stuff. You know, I need to see some grit. I need to see some spine. I need to see some backbone from you guys. I saw it from the defense today, and I was very, very proud of that. But I need to see it from all of you for 4 whole quarters till that clock hits 000. I need to see it. I'm not seeing it yet from some of you, and it's disappointing me because I know you have it in you. Show up, win those battles in the trenches, build a house in those doggone trenches, and show them whose house it is in Boa. I'm sick and tired of watching every team run circles around us at the offensive and defensive lines. Show them whose house it is when they're in our house in Charlotte. Show them whose house it is. Build a doggone log cabin in that trench and show them whose it is. You know, with muscle and backbone. I need to see grit from you guys, and I'm not seeing it. You know, this is crunch time. Stop leaving stuff onto the field. Start taking what is yours. You can do this. Panthers players, I believe in you. I believe in each and every one of you. But you got to show up. You got to prove it. Don't just prove it to the fans. Don't just prove it to the coaches. Don't just prove it. Prove it to everybody. Prove it to yourselves that you can do this. Okay? Show everybody who you really are. Don't listen to what these people tell you that you are or who you aren't. Don't let them determine that for you. Show yourself who you are. Prove it to yourselves. You know, we're just here to talk. You know, we're here to help you along that journey.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna say, oh, this player's trash, or oh, this player can't do this, he can't do that. You know, Miles Sanders is a perfect example of that today. Everybody talks so much trash about this man for the past 6 weeks. What does he do? He takes all of that, bottles it up, and unleashes it in this game. That's what I want you guys to do. I want you to take all of that frustration, all of that negativity that you're feeling right now, bottle that up, put it into your workouts, put it into your practices, put it into your technique, your footwork, whatever you have to do. Use the inspiration that has brought you to where you are right now and to these big contracts and explode onto the field
Mm.
with success. That's what I need to see. And I need to see it for 4 whole quarters till that clock hits 000. Show all of us who you are. Make this team that we are facing on Thursday night terrified of us. I'm not scared of the Bears. Are you scared of the Bears?
Nope.
Ain't nobody here scared of the Bears. Prove it to them. Show them this is our house. This is our moment. We can be predators in this jungle, just like the rest of them. But it starts with that fire inside of us. It starts with that right there. Either you want it or you don't. So show me how much you want this.
Yeah. How bad? How bad do they want it?
Show us all that you want this. Convince us. Because right now, I'm not convinced. My man Blitz here, he's not convinced. This chat is not convinced. This fan base is not convinced. Prove it. You either sink or swim from this point forward. You either want it or you don't. Don't get lazy out there. Show us. Show us who you are. And management, stop lying to us. Stop sabotaging us. We're sick of it. We're sick and freaking tired of it. It is time to get wins. It is time to turn the corner. Stop trying to be the same status quo Panthers that we usually are. Fix it. Or you will be finding another job very, very soon. And above all, stay healthy. Please stay healthy. No matter what happens, stay healthy if you can. We've had so many injuries. Just do whatever you can. Fight like heck to stay healthy. As many players as we can put on that field, we're going to try to put on that field. To try to get it done. You know, um, and of course, keep pounding through everything. We
Indeed,
will get
indeed.
through this. All of you, we will get through this.
Okay. So, um, few quick things before I give my final thought. Final quick comments. Vietnam says, unfortunately, our current team roster and our coaching isn't good enough to win more than 1 or 2 games. We're going to lose many more games because our team isn't built correctly. Well,
Stop with the negative attitude right now, Vietnam. Stop it. Stop it right now.
we'll have to see
I,
how
I
it
need a
plays out.
positive attitude from you right now.
We'll have to see how
I
it
need a
plays
positive
out.
attitude from everybody. I need to see some optimism.
Um,
There's been way too much negativity.
Mr. Gemini says it starts with Bryce not throwing 2 pick sixes. Well, I mean, to be fair, we had been losing
True.
games before he, before
True.
he
Fair
before
point.
he's been doing that, but I get his point. So, I want to say this. I had to mention this one thing before I dive into my final thought. Michael Pittman himself, as reported by Scott Fowler, Michael Pittman said it himself that the hit from Xavier Woods was clean.
Thank you.
This was his comment.
Thank you.
Post game quote. He said I
Wow.
he said I think it was a clean hit. I would rather him hit me the way he did than hit me up top. Fortunately, we did get the call and that helped us score. Let me repeat that. Fortunately, we did get the call and that helped us score. But really, I think it was a clean hit. Sometimes you get got, and he got me. The
Wow.
man even admits it was
Wow.
a clean hit.
Wow.
Come on, refs. Come on, refs.
I just my respect level for him just went up a million.
He even admits that it was a clean hit. Yeah, you got me. It was a clean hit. He even admits it.
Pittman, I respect the heck out of you right now.
So,
I respect the heck out of you for saying that. Thank you.
just another piece of evidence that the
I
refs
like him now.
that another piece of evidence that the refs this year suck.
Absolutely.
So, that's just add another to the list. Add another to the list. Okay.
Yep.
Final thought is this. Well, we're going to see how this team and organization does on a short week after a loss. I mean, that plus health is once again an issue, and now Brian Burns, who might not even clear the concussion protocol, like I think we're vulnerable, but we can still win this game. I know it's going to be tough, but we can still definitely win this game. My thing
Right.
is, like I said, a lot of my assessments I'm going to make like by the end of the season and really see how we look as far as going forward on what needs to be addressed. Cause
Mm-hmm.
it's like I said before, and I keep emphasizing, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna I'm not gonna shut this down until we are officially out of playoff contention and whatnot. Like
Agree.
just mainly because of past history, I've made that mistake and I refuse to make that mistake again. Period.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm afraid of is what else is going to end up getting exposed along the way that could equal, more losses depending on how, they execute is a fear that I have. But
Mm-hmm.
being that things like, we didn't trade for anybody, that didn't happen, and I know there's a lot of people that want such and such person fired. In all honesty, to be honest with y'all, is probably none of that is going to happen until end of the season. I'm gonna just keep it real with y'all. So we might as well just buckle up and see how this thing goes. We might as well just buckle up and see how this thing goes. Because honestly, we don't know. We don't know. We can only
Yeah.
predict and speculate here and there. Because I mean, I don't think a lot of us
Yeah.
picked us to lose today or saw us losing today, especially after the win that we got, which, a lot of people say it's a fluke because we only, scored 15 points. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, dang. I mean, if it's going to be that way, when we win, then it's like, I mean, what's there to look forward to? So, I mean, at some point, we got to make up our minds. I mean, win is a
Right.
ugly win, strong win. Honestly, I just want wins. I just want wins. Because at the end of the day, some of them are going to be great, some of them are going to be ugly. My main thing is an ugly win and a mollywhopping both count the same. They both count the
Yeah.
same. They don't put an extra asterisk next to the next to the record or to the win to signify, oh, this was a big win. I mean, yeah, the score might say one thing, but at the same time, you can play a great game and your team still loses.
Yeah.
We see it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, at the end of the day, I want wins. Doesn't matter how we get them. I want wins. Ugly wins, big wins, shutouts. I don't care. A win is a win
Facts.
because they all count. Yeah, one stands out more than the other, but they all count.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the mentality I have and will continue to have. Uh, I really just want everybody to be healthy and just really get everybody back. But it's gonna be a long road to recovery for some. And honestly, just this is really one of those situations where somebody, like whether well known or rookie or practice squad, somebody make a play. Somebody make a play, help change the dynamic of this team while there's still some shade of an opportunity. That's all
Mm-hmm.
I can really say as far as the talent. Just somebody make plays. I mean, DJ Chart got the touchdown. I mean, that's nice and all, but we really need to see more of him. Like, and he's
Yeah.
not he's not the only one. Miles Sanders did a little something something. Need to see more of that. We got to get this run game really going like it once was, you know, and just O line. I mean, potentially more shuffling of the O line. I mean, something's got to give. Something's really
Mm-hmm.
got to give. Um, Bryce Young, I think it's safe to say, had his worst game of the season so far. His worst game. And I mean,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, and even the Bryce Young haters out there, like when it comes to whatever players you're rooting for and whatnot, how long are you going to stick around for them to be able to bounce back? Like how patient, how much time are you willing to give? That's really what you got to ask yourselves. You
Fair
know,
points.
because let me keep it real with y'all. If a lot of people were thinking that Bryce Young, you know, what we gave up for him and just everything that accounted to this, that he was just going to come in and save this league, then y'all's expectations were set extremely too high. Extremely too high.
Yeah.
Now, because like I said before, coming out of the draft, I didn't have a favorite. I was open to Bryce, I was open to Richardson, and I was open to CJ. So because like I said, I am not as keen on my college football as I am with NFL football, and that's just me, and I openly admit that. But if a lot of folks were thinking that Bryce Young was just going to be a big factor to just instantly turn things around, expectations were set way too high.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just call it like I see it. Now, I am really hopeful for his safety, number one. Like size, that's not a thing for me because at the end of the day, you get hit the right way, or excuse me, you get hit the wrong way, you're a goner.
Yeah.
I'm more afraid of this dude not getting enough consistent protection, and after getting hit so many times, all it takes is one hit, one hit to go wrong, and then it's a wrap for him. Size, big
Yeah.
or small, it don't matter. I mean, if Anthony Richardson, Cam Newton, Aaron Rodgers wasn't enough evidence to show that, then I don't know what the heck else that I can show folks or for folks to see for them to see that.
Hmm.
But my thing is just one way or another, we're gonna have to ride this out and really see what we have. I mean, maybe
Hmm.
more things might get exposed. More things might get exposed between now and the end of the season. I mean, it remains to be seen. But if anything, I want wins, and I really want to see who's going to really step up. Because yeah, we are the laughing stock of the league. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
the Arizona Cardinals technically have a worse record than us, being 1-8. But let's keep it real. We're the laughing stock of the league.
Hmm.
Now, how much longer that's going to last, that's on the organization, the team, and everybody, all together. But fact of the matter is, there's a lot that needs to be fixed with this team, like
Yeah.
and organization as a whole. Like we have to look at it for what it is. Like there's a lot wrong, and it feels like a domino effect. Like we're being hit by the domino effect, y'all.
Hmm.
And you know how I know that? You want to know how I know that? Because we haven't been to the playoffs since 2017. That's 6 years. 6 years. And that was also the last time that we even got double digit wins in a season.
Facts.
So, like, there's a lot of things that have collectively gone wrong between the end of 2017 and now. So, the only thing I can say is,
Yeah.
and I know Kevin McFarland, was talking about, Rome's not built in a day, and I get that and all, but it's been 6 years so far, 6 years. So at some point, something's got to give, but we're gonna have to wait and see what gives and at what time that it decides to give. So,
Hmm.
I mean, as far as this upcoming game, I mean, we just gotta keep pounding and keep believing that we get out there on the field, we have a chance to win,
Yep.
no matter how badly it looks. Because I mean, it's gonna be tough, and there's a good chance that it will get worse before it gets better. But it's up to us to be able to stick around long enough to go through everything that might be necessary for us to go through for us to finally see when everything goes really, really well. And I honestly have a feeling that at some point things are going to go really, really well for us again, and then some. Now, when that will be, I have no idea, but as long as I'm still living on this earth, I'm going to stick around to see it come to fruition whenever it decides to. And I hope y'all will as well. I hope y'all will
Mm-hmm.
as well. So keep pounding. We're going to get through this some way, shape, or form. Keep your heads
Mm-hmm.
up. And I know how easy it can be, but let's just try our best to have some shade of hope left to see this team do something. Like make plays, get wins, somebody show up, you know,
Mm-hmm.
cuz I mean that's really all that we can do. At the end of the day, we're fans. We're not in the trenches. We're not in the organization. We're just fans. So
Yeah.
hope for the best, be prepared for the worst. That's all I can say. But
Mm-hmm.
I will end on that note. Uh, I want to thank everybody for coming out this evening. Tough loss, really, really tough loss.
Mm-hmm.
But we got a short week and a couple of days to redeem ourselves on the road against the Chicago Bears. And I really hope it ends up being a win. It better end up being a win. And this would be our first game, this our first victory on the road. So here's hoping. But thanks to everybody for coming out. Corey, thank you so much for joining alongside. Everybody continue to keep prayers lifted up for Mr. Carolina. Hopefully,
Yeah.
he'll be able to return as soon as possible. But Corey, where can they find you?
Keep pounding channel on YouTube. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Because I just searched it.
Oh, and I'll add one more. The referees suck. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. Okay, so it's in order to find me on the YouTube algorithm, it's keep pounding 3869. Okay, remember those numbers. It's 3869. So when you're looking on there, my channel should pop up first on the YouTube algorithm. Um, Also, if you want to check us out on Facebook, it's keep pounding in all caps on Facebook group page. Again, that's group page, not just the regular Facebook page, but the group page. And also, if you'd like to come up with a special name for our panel, uh, for me, Blitz, Mr. Carolina, drop it in chat, drop it in the comments, and drop it on my page or any one of our pages, and we'll vote on it.
Yes.
So
And not only that, whichever the winner is, we will make sure you are given credit.
absolutely,
But uh I'm not sure this week because it is a short week. Uh about the preview for the Bears game. I mean,
yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about.
yeah, that's going to be tough cuz I mean, in a short week, maybe they'll have it
I know
out.
you guys like to do that on Thursdays, so I don't know.
Yeah, and Wednesday I'm going to a concert. So, phew. We'll have to play this one by ear.
Okay,
I know. Definitely, we'll do a post game stream, or I might actually, honestly, no, I'm gonna do a reaction. I'm gonna do a reaction for this Thursday. So yeah, so heads up, y'all. For this Thursday, I'm gonna do a reaction stream. So I'll have the game,
Okay.
and it'll be a reaction stream. So
I'll
that's
be
what I'll do.
live as well for that, so
Yeah.
I'll be doing my own reaction stream, and then we'll figure it out from there as far as post game.
You could just pop into mine post game because
Okay,
I won't make like a
sounds good.
I won't do like a separate live afterwards. I'll just have that one running and we'll just you could just pop into mine once the game
All
is
right,
over.
sounds good.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Strategy.
Yep.
But anyway, this has been another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream brought to you by Blitzball Champ Gaming and Keep Pounding Podcast. My name is Blitzball Champ.
Keep pounding.
We will see y'all, Lord willing, this Thursday as we hopefully destroy the Chicago Bears and leave them lying lifeless out there in Soldier Field. But see y'all then. Take care. Have a blessed week.